Do you want to have the court reporter here?
No, we don't. Oh,
No?
sorry. Oh, we're recording.
Okay, good evening. This is a meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission, regular meeting. Before we start, the following items are postponed. Greenwich Hospital and RFK Enterprises, David and Alicia Collier at Lincoln and South Beach Avenue, and Greenwich 105 Prospect LLC. In addition, Mr. Hardman will be seated as the fifth regular tonight. Hello, Mr. Cohen. Our first item
Good evening, Ms.
is
Altman, members of the commission.
It's really called 15-unit multifamily set-aside development pursuant to CGS section. You couldn't find a shorter name. Anyway, that's our first item, and with that, we'll start.
Well, it certainly is descriptive.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I'm here representing the owner of 303 Hamilton Avenue and presenting to you tonight an application for final site plan approval to approve a set-aside development under Section 8-30G of the Connecticut General Statutes. The application is to permit the construction on this parcel, which I'll describe in a second, of 15 residential units, 14 one-family, 1 two-family, I'm sorry, 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom, which do qualify as set-aside development under the statute. The property is 18,000 plus square feet, located on Hamilton Avenue. At present, there is a 3-family house on the property, together with a 2-car garage, which has most recently been for storage purposes. Let me show you this aerial photograph, which I'll leave with you, that is more descriptive of the property. 303 Hamilton is shown here, facing Hamilton Avenue. To the rear is a parcel which is not really distinguished on the aerial, but it's a strip of land owned by a sewage disposal company called Greenwich Sewage Disposal. On the other side of this parcel are the railroad right-of-way and the I-95 right-of-way. The area is a fairly densely developed area. To the south, there is a 22-unit condominium development. To the north, there is Armstrong Court, Greenwich Housing Authority development with 144 units. Hamilton Avenue, as you know, is the commercial spine of the Chickahominy area. Chickahominy is a mixed-use neighborhood, and according to the last United States Census, almost 3/4 of the housing stock in this area qualified as multifamily. It's very close to a lot of community amenities, barbershop, grocery store, restaurant. It's between 2 Greenwich public schools, Hamilton Avenue Grammar School to the south, and to the north is Western Junior High School. As you know, under a 8-30G proposal, the decision before the commission is not governed solely by traditional zoning regulatory requirements, but goes to the statute to determine whether or not a decision is necessary to protect substantial public interest in health, safety, or other matters that properly come before the commission, and that those factors clearly outweigh the need for public housing. In Greenwich, as you know, the Greenwich has qualified under the 8-30G appeals list probably since it was established. The target throughout the state is 10% affordable housing. In Greenwich, it's half of that, and in fact, over the last couple of years, has decreased slightly. The proposal before you, and let me just give you another idea of what's at the property right now. This is the three-family house that I referred to that's on the property now. This is the two-car garage in back of it, and this is taken from the rear yard overlooking the, as you can see, the lines of the railroad right-of-way. The proposal before you tonight is to approve these three buildings, which have a total, as I said, of 50 units, 5 of which qualify as affordable. 3 of those 5 must be rented to families with at 60% of state median income, and the other 2 will be leased to families with 80% of state median income. The 3 buildings will be fully sprinklered. Public water and sewer is available, and there will be parking on site for 17 vehicles, one of which will be handicapped accessible. In reviewing these plans, of course, all of the town agencies have had an opportunity to take a look at it and comment. The engineering division of DPW has approved the drainage summary report that was prepared by the DeAndrea office with several changes in plans to be submitted prior to zoning permit. DPW Traffic Department has had no comments, although there were some comments from the Beta Group, the town's independent traffic consultant, which have been responded to by John Canning of Kimley Horn, the applicant's traffic consultant. The affordability plan, which must be included with an application under 8-30G, has been reviewed. There have been some comments made by Crystal Berry, who I understand is the town's tenant consultant, and we're prepared to discuss those with staff, although we have submitted a plan that had previously been approved for another 8-30G project that we believed addressed those issues, but we'd be glad to discuss them with her. The issue of fire access and fire safety has been addressed. As you may recall, a prior report there were 2 prior reports. One said that the fire access was okay, and the next said that it wasn't okay. So our clients went back to the fire marshal and spent a good deal of time dealing with the very specific issues raised by the fire marshal in terms of fires access. And a number of changes have been made to the plans. We've submitted revised plans that have been revised for the purpose of satisfying the points that the fire marshal has raised. Specifically, we have upgraded the sprinkler system in all buildings, as the fire marshal has requested. We've revised the site plan and the building layout so that accessibility has been improved, and this has resulted in a favorable report that the fire marshal submitted to you, dated November 17th. A comment from Ms. Mock on behalf of the Conservation Department has been addressed by us, but essentially the issues that she raised, namely the absence of a landscape plan, have been addressed by virtue of the fact there has been a landscape plan, and the other issues were in the nature of drainage-related issues that I think have been handled by the fact that the engineering division has accepted the drainage report that DeAndrea's office has submitted. An issue was raised in one of the staff comments that the air conditioning units didn't satisfy the noise regulations. They may or may not. They are all residential size units, small units, not commercial in nature. Whatever sound they emit will be attenuated by walls and fences that are being installed. And if any of the neighbors are concerned about that, we haven't heard about it, but we certainly would be willing to address specific concerns. In any event, these are not health or safety issues because the noise level that is emitted by these units are well within the required or recommended noise levels published by OSHA. And in summary, I would just say that this is, in my view, a well thought out and presented 8-30G plan. It addresses, by adding 5 more affordable units, the issue of the lack of affordable housing in this town, and it does so in an attractive way. The buildings have been reviewed and approved by ARC, and as well as the landscape plan. And so I ask you tonight to approve this project.
Commissioners, comments, questions? Mr. Fox?
Mr. Cohn?
Oh, sorry.
Could you just go over where, how many units there, AC units there are, and the locations? Are they all on the rooftops, or are they?
The units?
Yeah, or are they?
You mean the AC units?
Yes.
No, they're not on the rooftops. There are several back here. There's several here, and there's 2 here. And as I say, they're all the residential size units.
So, but you've bunched them so that they're going to make quite a hum. Is there any way to maybe not bunch them and put them in? Like the area in back is a great area for the third building, because that's facing the highway. That's perfect.
And that's where most of the units are, yes.
Right.
But the others, we've got issues of parking, access, topography, and the other issue too, Mr. Levy, is that there's a fire access issue too. We've had to move some around in order to satisfy the fire marshal's access interests. But they're as good as we can make them right now.
Do you have some between the buildings?
Yeah. There are some here, and there's one here.
There's one there, yeah. Is there any? Did you point to the front of the toward the street?
Yes. There are 2 right here. We had them around the corner. The fire marshal asked if we could move them, and we did.
Okay. And how close to the street is it? Is something? I mean,
How close to the street?
just curious.
Well, let's see. I'm really great at scaling here, so I would say they're about 6 or 7 feet from the street.
They'll be screened, and you won't
Yes.
be looking at them.
Yes.
The other thing is, could you go over the green space with us?
The green space does not comply.
I know, but can you go over where you have green space?
Sure. Mr. Levy, I'm not sure what qualifies here as green or not green, but to give you a sense of what you've got going, this is the landscape plan, and there's green wherever we can put it.
Between the two front buildings, what's there?
There's a patio.
It's a patio.
That's a common use patio. There are 2 patios, one on either side of the third building as well.
The parking spaces out in front
The parking spaces are
along the side.
along here and here and here.
Did you consider doing something that's at least say in the parking area where people park, having pavement which is pervious?
It is.
Oh, it is, okay.
It is pervious.
Oh, it is, okay. So where is it impervious?
Tony, can you, maybe Mr. DeAndrea can point out where the porous pavers are?
You can see well from your position, but I've highlighted in green the porous pavement, which is all in front of the first building on the street side. As you move into the site, half of the next building is all pervious pavement. Then we get to the back of the second building, basically in the middle of the parking area for the 2 rear units. That's all permeable pavement with a reservoir below for storage. The way the system works is the water falls on the surface of the parking area. It's detained. When it builds up, it flows over. Then it flows again through the rest of the storage area in the front of the building, and then ultimately dissipates through the ground soil.
And those are permeable pavers, you said? So
Yes, sir.
They're,
What we're proposing right now is the porous bituminous pavement, but it could be changed if the owner decided. But right now, we're calling for porous pavement bituminous in both locations. And the system has a distribution system underneath. And then, as I said, it migrates down toward the street on the western side of the property, where it's deep soils allow for the infiltration.
and you picked two areas to do that. You didn't. Was there any particular reason why you just
Yes.
didn't? Yes. What was your
The reason is based on the slope of the driveway that we're able to attain as we rise from the street up into the middle of the property. We're rising from 83 to, in the middle here, we're about elevation 92. So we're climbing. There's a limit really to how much effective area we can get on the slope as it comes down toward the driveway. In the back, this is basically level, a soft slope toward the middle building where we're intercepting the water on a flat, virtually flat slope. A very effective plan. We've given the cross-section, which we've reviewed with the DPW on several occasions to fine-tune the consensus between our office engineers and the DPW engineers.
And what about the along? Oh, sorry. Along the frontage, along the sidewalk.
Yes?
What do you have there for green space?
For what, Ms.
What green space do you have along there?
Green space from the front of the building to the back of the sidewalk is approximately 10 feet.
Is that grass? What is that?
The landscaping plan was done by Mr. Pop, and he can answer that question better than I.
Matt Pop, landscape architect. In the front, we have 3 street trees, and then we have a low juniper along the sidewalk, and it steps up towards the house. And then there's hydrangeas along the foundation, so it steps from the foundation down towards the sidewalk. So there is actually no grass; it's just a low-growing juniper.
Right.
That's
And what trees are you thinking?
Right here, it's a narrow grow. We have utility lines here. It's a narrow growing red maple, Armstrong maple. We actually continued them along the south side too. So it's just a narrow growing tree. We can't put like an oak or anything like that there, again, because of those utility lines.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Cohen, a question about the density of the development overall, recognizing 830G and the need for affordable housing, but you still have a very dense development here, and question if you considered a fewer number of overall units in coming up with this design concept. The impact would alleviate, the impact of a lower density development would alleviate the parking concerns, which I think you're aware of as well.
Well, we think that our traffic study demonstrates that the number of parking spaces that we're providing is adequate for the intended population of the development. Our goal was not to reduce the number of units. Our goal was to try to get as many affordable units as we could within the limits of the neighborhood issues, infrastructure, and the things that you've heard Mr. Pop and Tony DeAndrea discuss. In other words, can we do a project like this and still adequately drain the property, provide sufficient parking, and still end up with as many affordable units as we can? That was our goal.
No, I go back to sort of a broader question. You know, the 3 units that you proposed, but do you need as many market rate units to satisfy your economic requirements? It just seems there's a lot of a high number of overall units on this site. And we talked about, you know, the lack of green space and, you know, hence the quality of life that one would expect in any of these units. And is that the right thing for the neighborhood?
Well, as I pointed out at the beginning of my presentation, got to learn how to do PowerPoint now these days. For me it is, yeah. The neighborhood includes Armstrong Court, that's got 144 units. It's got a fairly recently approved condominium development with another 22 units. And as you can see, just from this aerial, this is a reasonably densely developed neighborhood. We think that we're not in any way adversely impacting the neighborhood in terms of quality of life by doing this. And the fact that this size of a development fits on this piece of property, given the fact that we have public water and sewer, given the fact that there's a regular bus route immediately outside of the door, that there are 2 terrific sources of potential residents in the schools that surround this development, make it, in my view, an excellent example of an affordable development.
Well, but it's overall not an affordable development. Every unit's not affordable. So my question again is, can you do this with fewer market rate units and still maintain the number of affordable units?
You mean as an economic matter?
As an economic and you know, a quality of development, because you've got sort of a sea of, you know, paving here with, you know, you've shown us, answered Mr. Levy's questions about landscaping, but it's still virtually no landscaping.
Well, I don't think I'd say that. Mr. Pop would be very hurt if you said that that was the case, I'm sure. But again, Mr. Hardeman, I appreciate your comments. Could it be done with fewer as an economic matter? I have no idea. I haven't tried to do the economics, but I do know that my client has made an effort to maximize the number of affordable units within the limits of the statute. And I don't believe that there are any substantial interests in health, safety, or other issues that properly come before the Commission that would mitigate against an approval of a project like this.
Mr. Cohn, where are the 5 units intended to be?
The 5 units are going to be throughout the project. There are the affordability plan, Mr. McRae, spells out exactly where they are and what the rents are going to be, which is why we have to do an affordability plan. So let me spell it out. I've got Mr. Kokora to my right, dying to leap up and tell me exactly where they are. I know. Since I can't find them very quickly, Joe, where are they? This is Joe Pecora.
All 5 are in the building number 3. We tried to spread them out with regards to the type of units.
Building 3.
2 of the lower units are the bigger units, so we wanted to give affordability to them, and the first floor and the second floor on the north side as well, and then one on the second floor of the south side.
Those 2 units in the basement, how big are they?
I don't know exactly, but they're bigger than the other units by
All of the units in the development are 1 bedroom?
all of the units are 1 bedroom except for the 2-bedroom unit in the lower part of building
In the
2.
basement of building 2?
The lower level, yeah.
Okay.
Is it below grade?
It's a walkout apartment.
I'm sorry, did that change from what had originally been proposed? Because I thought in building number 1, there was
Originally,
one there was one 60%. I didn't realize they were all in one building all of a sudden. Originally, according to staff report, they were broken up into the 3 buildings.
I think 2 did.
Yeah, two didn't have any, but 1 did. But you're right, that they should be spread out amongst the development. That's sort of the point, so that they're not all congregated in one area.
Mr. Cohen, you said intended population of the units. What is the intended population of the units?
People that would rent 1-bedroom apartments, except for that 1 2-bedroom apartments, who are in the market for rents that will be charged at this.
Single people,
Say it again?
single people and couples?
Yes, there will be couples, yes.
Okay. Not families, though. We don't have any, we only have 1 2-bedroom, so,
Only 1 2-bedroom apartment, yeah.
okay. The staff report indicated on, I think it was page 35, that in your memo, I guess it was on our page 39, that the sound barrier, or the sound levels will not be able to be met with the machines, the condensers. I was looking at the plan, it seems that the condensers are ganged in various locations and places. It seems to me that, I'd like to know if your consultant understood that they were ganged, and that when you put 4 or 5 together, they're going to be actually a lot louder than they are. And also that that there's a bunch of those that are actually right outside the windows of the 2 affordable. There's actually 6 in the back, right outside the windows of the affordable units in building 3. We're talking about quality of life. It would seem to me if I wanted a HVAC condenser right outside a window of my unit, that's kind of not quality of life. It's kind of, I'm stuck in an apartment, 700 square feet in the basement. I'm not too sure if I would want to be living there to even kind of be embarrassed to know about that. Is there any way to get these air conditioning units separated, put someplace else on the lot, so it works better for, there's a quality of life on here? You know, you're talking about walls and things, except they're all, you know, the walls I have on the plan, but I don't know, are we going to be building these walls specifically to hide the units, or fences to keep people from falling onto the railroad tracks? I'm getting kind of a conflicting situation here of walls to screen the HVAC units, but I don't see them.
The walls, Mr. McRae, will be on the north side. The walls and fence will be on the north side. This is the side that, if you will, overlooks the railroad right-of-way and I-95. So I'm not sure. The answer to your question is, was the consultant aware of the fact that they were located at that location in a group? The answer is no. Was the consultant asked to consider the ambient sounds of the railroad and the I-95? No. But this did seem like an appropriate place to have those units as not bothering any adjacent neighbor.
I'm not worried about too so much about the neighbors. I'm actually worried about the people who are intended to live here. That's one of my biggest concerns, and I think actually we're trying to make a complex that's nice. There's been lots of compromise, no green space, inefficient parking. I've got AC units all over the place. The buildings are going to be nice, but it seems that it's being kind of set up in such a way where we're compromising a really nice place to live with trying to get 15 units. Maybe 10 units would have been better, and it would have been a nicer place to live with more green space, less air conditioning, and a lot more parking on site. Are you aware of the email from Dan Warzoa concerning the on-street parking situation?
No, we just got it.
Okay.
This is, the point of this memo, Smackrai, is that people use Hamilton Avenue when Route 1 or I-95 is shut down? Okay, I understand that.
Right. I think what Mr. Warzoa is trying to tell us is that you're asking for, I think it's to have 50% of the required parking out on the street.
No, that's not right.
Well, start out with
That's
our
not correct.
comments from the last time we spoke with you. You said that if there wasn't sufficient parking, and I think it's also in your first letter, you would use Ham Ave. And then there's no overnight parking in some sections of that area. And so we inquired why not, and it's because it's an emergency route. And then we also heard back from Beta, which I believe you have a copy of that from our consultant,
I have a single Beta report, yes.
dated November 16th.
No, I
Okay,
have not
we have,
seen that.
I
They're
can
coming in
give,
fast and furious.
can we, November 16th from Kath, I don't know how to pronounce her name. And what she says is that although a reduction from the town code's established parking requirements might be reasonable for the development, a 50% reduction from the town requirement does not seem appropriate based on other recent studies that have reviewed the issue and other local sources of data. So she's saying that in their view, having looked at your proposed parking, there's not enough, which means that you would be going to the street. And then you've got the problem of no overnight parking allowed on Ham Ave because of the evacuation need, because it's an emergency route. You know something about that, right? About the emergency routes?
Just that you're not supposed to park on them, and
So-
there's this no emergency, and
And at this point, Mr. Warzoa has only commented on when Route 1 is jammed or I-95 is shut down. He says Hamilton Avenue becomes the default, but the question would be if you had a major event like a hurricane, you would need to have Ham open for evacuation, and that's why there's no overnight parking there. So on the one hand, we've got the consultant saying you don't have enough parking. You yourself said that you would use Hamilton Avenue, and yet we're being told that you really can't overnight there. I think that's where Mr. McRae was going.
Well, it kind of gets back to, I think, the initial thing that we've been talking about is that we've got a density on this site of units. And the assumptions are that, yes, it's dense, it's providing affordable housing, but the balance here is this density is standing on what would be your assumption of the good graces of Hamilton Avenue, being able to support the parking that's not there. And now actually hear from Mr. Warzola saying that it's really not a really great idea because it's an emergency evacuation route, or specifically what he said. But I think it really gets back to that density. It seems to me that the whole project would be much more beneficial if it had less units on it. That way you could get parking off the street, more green space, less air conditioners, all of those other things which we stated already. But
Well,
Mr. Orso was saying, from an emergency management operations point of view, I would find on-street parking not to be in the best interest of the town. That's on the email you just got.
From a health and safety consideration, which is our mandate here, they're twofold, and I think there's also a legal concern we've raised. One is this concentration of all the affordable units in one building, which I'm not clear you're allowed to do. I'm not sure about it. You're supposed to make them comparable. I don't know if you can put them all in one specific building. Then you've got the potential compromise of an evacuation route. And then you've got, so those are a legal and a health and safety issue. But the overall issue that you're not hearing us, that I don't know if it would rise to this health and safety consideration, is this question of you are giving people a different standard of living by this because of the points that Mr. McRae just raised. And are you making the affordable really comparable? Are you following the spirit of the law? We want to support the affordable housing, but on the other hand, we don't want to compromise people's quality of life for it. And I realize that concern may not rise to the 830G 3 factors, but it's a factor nevertheless.
What is the makeup, do you think, of families, single people? Or is this adults only? Who are you renting this to?
I'm going to let Mr. Pecora talk to that.
And also, Mr. Cohen, if you would kindly, if you could answer all of our questions between you, because Katie just said she also wanted to hear the answers to them.
Well, the only air conditioning units that are bunched are here and here and here, okay? I have no problem spreading these out in the back so they're not all under one window, so we could at least solve Mr. McRae's issue with regards to bunching. Building 3, and then building 2, I can move one unit over here.
And still meet the new fire.
Absolutely.
Okay. So then the question is, what about the core question that we're raising is, as we understand the statute, you need to spread out the affordable housing.
Actually, I don't, but I have no problem doing so.
Okay.
I mean, the reality is that if you look at the affordability plan and who the affordable units are intended to go to,
Yeah.
most likely the affordable units are going to be on the first floor where the handicap accessibility units are.
So you're making this a handicap? I'm confused. I mean, so you're only going to rent, I'm confused by that.
The affordable units, 3 out of the 5 units, if I'm not mistaken, tier 1 is handicap and veterans. And then the balance of the 3 are seniors, municipal employees.
You're getting into the details of the affordability.
Okay.
I think Mr. Fox's question was,
Can you get
to
Mr.
whom
Pecora to lend
are
you the
you
mic?
intending to market these apartments?
So we have about 3 or 4 one-bedrooms currently, and we rent to single people. We have a teacher from Eagle Hill School in one unit. We have a trader in another unit. We have an elderly person in another unit, and we actually have another elderly person in another unit, and they all have one cars only, so.
And so you said you would spread out the 5 units throughout all 3 buildings. Could you?
We could do that as a part of discussing the affordability plan.
And then why did you decide to do the 1 2-bedroom? And could you make 2 2-bedrooms so that one of the 2 bedrooms could be affordable?
The 1 2-bedroom, it was made a 2-bedroom because I was able to do so, just physically in the space. Most likely that unit is probably going to be a manager that works for me who is going to be caring for this property and other properties that we own.
And then why did you design the building such that there's a lot of open space, so to speak, like in the attic? Is that for storage? And could any of the AC units go up there? Could the roof be redesigned so that you could put some of the AC units on the roof?
No, it's the roof is a typical 2.5-story roof. The only reason it's considered 3 stories is because you changed the rules of the FAR last year, so it exceeds 40%.
But there is a lot of space in that attic area, right?
Yeah,
So what is that going to be used for?
it's the attic space is going to be used to store the HVAC furnaces and the hot water heaters for the second floor units.
Oh, okay, so it's all mechanical up
It's all mechanical. It has a access panel. It doesn't have a full, regular staircase in
Okay,
it.
so you couldn't sort of change the roof line, so to speak, to move some of the ACs? Because it seemed like it was just a lot of open, but it didn't look in the mechanical.
Can't do it.
So, Ms. Alvin, if I could get
Yes.
back to answer the
So we
various...
got one answer, which is the spread on the affordability units. And then we've got the parking insufficiency and relying on Ham Avenue and not being able to.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask John Canning, our traffic engineer, to talk about the adequacy of the parking. But first of all, I'd like to make a note of the fact that the information that I'm getting tonight, this has been pending before this commission for quite some time. And right now I'm seeing things from Mr. Warzoa. I understand there's another beta report that's come in that I haven't seen. I don't think that's a fair way to treat applicants, whether or not they're 8-30G applicants or whatever.
I'm sorry.
But Mr. Cohen, with
be-
all due respect, you came in with your plans dated on the 14th. I mean, they were in before, but we have timelines that we have to meet too to be able to get these things out. So, I mean, people are working as hard as they can to be able to get information back.
I appreciate it, but the new reports that have come in have nothing to do with the new plans that I filed that relates to the project as a whole. And to respond to Mr. McRae, we are not expecting 50% of our parking requirements to be satisfied on the street. Absolutely not. And the idea of having a hurricane or some event that's going to close down Hamilton Avenue or make it difficult to get to Hamilton Avenue, last Wednesday or Thursday, whenever that snow came, I couldn't get out of my driveway. And I had no closing down of the street in front of my house. These are infrequent, unusual situations.
But you
The
have
issue
to be
is,
able to. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
as a regular matter, what you folks ought to be looking at is there adequacy in terms of parking? That's the issue. Does 17 parking spaces satisfy the needs of these 15 units? Now, I would remind you that a similar ratio was approved recently by the Commission at another project, 8-30G project, at 176 Hamilton Avenue. In any event, I'd like Mr. Canning to specifically address the issue of adequacy.
Before you leave, Mr. Cohen, but just to answer you, because of you raised this point, the protection of the health and safety of the citizens of Greenwich is not, well, let's just shoot for the average. We have to think also when there's an emergency situation. Hamilton Avenue is an emergency evacuation route, and we have to be conscious of that. You can't say to us, well, let's just plan for adequacy when everything's going well. That's not how we're going to
Ms.
work.
Albin, do you know the last time
So-
that Hamilton Avenue was closed?
Does that matter?
It certainly does.
With
if
the
there's no
incidents-
reality to the issue.
Mr. Cohen, with the increase in the amount of extreme weather, the global warming, there's a bunch of things that have happened in
Ms.
the
Alpin,
last
if I
few
may.
years.
Mr. Cohen, 95's backed up in both directions. I just came up Hamilton Avenue. I drive Hamilton Avenue on a regular basis.
It was
I got
free.
stuck
It was
at
open.
no, it was not. I got stuck at every single light. What would have been just a kind of a 5-minute little drive in took me almost 20 minutes
Tonight.
because 95 is backed up.
But-
It doesn't have to be weather. It could be just an accident in 95 and people are going through town. And 95 gets backed up, there goes the post road, and the next thing that happens, Hamilton Avenue gets backed up. So we really don't have to worry about weather as much as anything, but it's a main artery. You actually even said it was the spine of Chickahominy.
But it's closed overnight because it's an emergency evacuation route.
Well-
And that's what's important. Yep, okay. All right, so you were going to bring somebody else up? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen, you were going to bring somebody else up?
It was. Mr. Canning.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Good evening, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is John Canning. Sorry, I'm soft-spoken. I'll speak up. For the record, my name is John Canning. I work for Kimley Horn. I'm a professional engineer licensed to practice in the state of Connecticut. I am paraphrasing from what I heard from the beta report this afternoon, that it does not seem appropriate based on local studies to reduce the parking demand by half. I haven't seen the local studies that were referred to. I'm not sure if they were provided with the letter, so I can only speak to what I've provided to this commission. We did studies in two ways based on national data and local data, and in both instances we determined that there would be fewer parking vehicles parked than the number of spaces provided. I think it was 15 and 14, and there are 17 spaces provided. It was a local resident, and your consultant in their first review had some questions about our analyses and methodologies, and we went back and we found that our initial assumptions were somewhat conservative, and so when we revised them, instead of 15 and 14, we had 14 and 13, so it's basically still less than the 17. So the data indicates that one-bedroom apartments have fewer vehicles parked than larger apartments, and that affordable units have fewer than non-affordable units. So it's based on the data that we have, we expect that the 17 parking spaces would be sufficient.
That's essentially what this report we have addresses, that they look at what would be, their point is just that your reduction is greater than they would recommend.
Right. So I haven't seen their report, so I can't really
It's, yeah,
comment
it's
on
a
it.
one-pager. Can we somehow give it? We
just got it.
Got it. Okay, sorry. And again, it came to us yesterday. We were reading it as we were briefing, so we understand the frustration that Mr. Cohen expressed.
And again, just for the record, we got their reports on the 15th is when they were received, so, I mean, goes
So-
both ways.
yeah.
I've provided, I believe, a fair amount of data to this board for your review based on Rutgers University studies of number of people that live in houses, the number of vehicles that are parked in other apartments in the Chickahominy area, as well as the Institute of Transportation Engineers. So, no, that's the evidence that I've based my data on. I stand by it. I'll have a look at the beta report when I sit down. I'm not very good at sort of reading on the fly and answering. I would like to address the issue of overnight parking on Hamilton Avenue. Yes, it is prohibited, but it's in specific locations. And based on my review, for the most part, it's related to how you will get an emergency vehicle around there. And most of the locations that it's prohibited overnight are not close to this development. So I'm just reading from your list on the, I think Ms. DeLuca provided it to me in the staff report for 176
Yes.
Hamilton Avenue, and I'm just reading it in order provided. So the north side of Hamilton Avenue, beginning at point 280 feet east of Arctic Street and extending easterly for a distance of 78 feet. So that's about 4 cars on the north side of Hamilton, east of Arctic Avenue, which is quite a good distance from this development. On the north side of Booth Place, easterly for 80 feet. So that's actually close to this development. It's about 250 feet away, and 80 feet is about 4 cars. On the north side of Edgewood Avenue between on the north side between Edgewood Avenue and Livingston Place. So that's even further over than Arctic. It's probably, 3/4 of a mile away, and it's on the tight bend there between those two streets. I don't know the distance, but it's probably 4 or 5 cars that you could physically fit there if you wanted to. On the north side of Hamilton Avenue, from the western boundary of the school/church there to a distance 375 feet east of St. Roch Avenue. So you could probably get maybe 20 cars parked in that area, but again, that's a good distance east of the site.
Excuse me, Mr. Kenny, are you making these comments based on going out to the area various days and looking at how many empty or available
No,
parking
I'm reading
spaces
from your code.
Right, but you're saying that those are the streets that are available in our code for overnight parking?
No, what I'm saying is overnight parking is restricted in certain, it's not the whole street that overnight
Right.
parking is prohibited. There are small sections, most of them not near the site.
Right, and what I'm asking is, you're telling us that to explain that there are streets that are available, areas that are available for overnight parking. And what I'm coming back with a question
Yep.
is, have you actually gone to those streets, at
Yes.
night to see
Yes.
what, and where is that information as to how much available parking there
Sure,
is
that
on
was in
those
our
streets?
original study, which I think was July 10th. Make sure I get the page right.
Is that in this one, it's July, the original one?
So it's on page, blind here, I'm gonna say that's 8, page 8, table 7. So we basically found overnight there's a total of 41 spaces within a 2-minute walk. There were only 4 available overnight, so it's not a lot of parking.
Right.
But there were some available parking spaces. And Hamilton Avenue does have some parking prohibited overnight. So that's not in this number, but it's not the whole of Hamilton Avenue.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
We know that.
Well, I wasn't sure, so please
It's
forgive
just
me.
this is, the assumption that you can overflow into an area that's an emergency evacuation route.
Right.
That's the question, is there a fix for that? That's what we're asking you, because it sounds like you can fix everything else, or not you, but the applicant. So that the applicant can fix a lot of the issues we're raising, but this remains, and is there a way? And I guess you're not the person to fix it because you can't redesign the layout.
Well, there are 2 potential, I guess, answers to that. There are 2 answers. First of all, my contention is based on the evidence that's presented to you that there will not be an overflow onto Hamilton Avenue. It's 15 out of 17.
And our consultant is telling us that you would need, would need 19 spaces on site. So you're not that short, because they're saying a minimum of 1.25 per
Correct.
unit, which my math says is 19 spaces. And you've got 17 right now, so the question is, can you find a way of doing a couple more
So-
spaces? Now, that means they can't have anybody over, but okay. At least they've got sufficient parking on site. Any thoughts on that? Because you've done more with parking.
No, I think that, we, with this application, our requirement's 30, and they've submitted a little bit more than half, and our consultant says it should be 19. And we're saying Hamilton Avenue's not a great option for your overflow. My question to Mr. Pecora is, are you assigning parking spaces?
Okay. He's over there.
So each unit is guaranteed 1 parking space?
The cars would be, have stickers on them.
But they're going to, so 1 unit gets a specific spot, they're going to be assigned spots?
No. They're,
Why wouldn't you assign spots with?
because I don't need to, because I can just issue 16 parking space stickers for the cars.
And so while we.
But I can if you would like me to.
Well, I just think if it makes it, a tenant has then an idea where he comes or she comes at night and knows where to park. And
If that's something that you would like me to do, I'd be
I would
more than happy
think
to
it
do
would
that.
At least makes it clear to where the tenants are parking and the ones that have a space.
Most people park near the door that they're going into. So
Right.
the way the layout of the property is, I felt that
My concern when you're under parked, people do have guests, and they're going to take the spots, and somebody's going to come home, and then that's where it becomes an issue.
I have no problem assigning parking spaces if that.
So the follow-on to that is you had mentioned a little bit ago that in Building 3, you were going to have the handicap accessible, but your handicap parking isn't by Building 3. So is there a way?
Every first floor unit is handicap accessible.
Okay, so, but your affordables, you said were going to go to handicapped.
No, I didn't. I said that if the priority is, and if they're seniors, they would be easily accessible into the first floor units.
But you still don't have any handicap parking by Building 3, which is where you would have a handicap person.
No, I have the required handicap spaces per code.
Okay.
And in front of Building 3, I have a space that is sized for handicap, but is not labeled as handicap.
Okay, so you would assign, and, well, so why not just, and where's your second one then? So you have there and there. Okay, so you could assign that handicap then?
Absolutely. If I have a handicapped person, I obviously
All
would
right.
assign the handicap space.
And you're saying you were going to move the affordables so that you've got some in Building 2?
I have no problem spreading them out
so
into
that if
all
you
three
had
buildings.
Handicapped people, they could have handicap parking assigned to them? Right?
I only have one handicap space legally. I have another space that is sized for handicap that I could assign to a handicapped person. So that's 2 handicap spaces. That's all I have.
Right, so you would assign those to the handicapped people that you would rent to. They would get those handicap
Correct.
spots. You're looking at me like I'm not making.
No. I'm trying to follow you very
Yeah.
clearly and
Okay,
try to
so-
answer the question very
Because I got
clearly.
the idea that since you were thinking in terms of handicap and veterans, and that you could end up with both, that it would make sense if that was a handicap, you would then assign, as the guy, as they were asking you, the other commissioners were.
As I said 3 times, I have no problem
All
assigning
right. So that
spaces
just-
per units.
Leaves us with the shortage. Go ahead, Andy, you had more questions? No. All right.
If you don't mind, members of the commission, I would like to make one last point. Public safety is obviously important. Hamilton Avenue is an important street in the thoroughfare. These restrictions that you're concerned about for overnight parking, you're allowed to park there during the day. So if there's a daytime hurricane or if there's a daytime closure of 95,
I can't ask Noah to do that. I'm sorry.
my point
But
is
I
that
get
if
it.
it's safe during the day, it'll be safe at night.
But I think that we have to think about an emergency situation on an emergency evacuation route. I'm just
I agree,
saying.
but 15 units is not going to make a difference on Hamilton Avenue, whether or not there's a closure on 95 or on Route 1. It's only 15 units.
That's the problem, is all these things are incremental.
I understand, yes.
The road to you-know-where.
Thank you.
Go ahead,
Madam Chair,
Mrs. DeLuca?
The comments from Beta reference reference a couple of studies, as you've already alluded to, as you've already mentioned. I think those should be on the record. So I don't know if the applicant wants to hold this open with a chance to read these, or if you have an objection to putting those on the record.
They
but
would need to give us an extension because it's a must-decide tonight.
Right, but that's why I'm bringing it up, because I think since they're in this memo, they should be in the record.
I'm sorry, Katie, why do you want to leave it open?
No, I'm asking you if you want to leave it open, because if we put these studies in the record, if you wanted an opportunity to see the studies that are being referenced here.
I stand on the studies that Mr. Canning has previously submitted because I think the issues that you've raised including the need to actually have overflow parking, are dealt with in those memos. So I don't need to keep it open for that reason, no. I would like, however, to include as a part of the record the material that Mr. Canning quoted from the 176 Hamilton application. That had to do with the availability of on-street parking.
Is that the document he's giving you right there?
Bruce, the availability of on-street parking is in our memo on this application dated July 30th.
What were you reading from?
This is from the town website, which talks about the restrictions of on-street parking overnight.
From the town charter. So do you want to just submit that then, or?
It's 117
Yeah.
from 176.
I don't know what section it's from, but it's page 117. Mr. Luca provided it to me
In this application?
in the previous application in 176, in the
Yeah.
staff report for 176.
That's what was
Mr. Canning, the restrictions in that are not the ones that were listed in the report that we provided for 303. So do you want to restate that, or?
176.
I believe
I'm-
they're the same restrictions.
Well, no, I believe they're not, because I wrote this report.
Okay.
And I selected the ones that were for the western side of St. Roch's, because those are more germane to the project at hand here, whereas Mrs. DeLuca's report for 176 were for the ones on the other side of St. Roch's and further down towards Arctic.
Okay.
So,
Then I withdraw my request. That's
Okay.
okay. But I would like to introduce into the record the boards that I had tonight. And anything else, Mrs. Albin?
So, quick question. Could you, I didn't see it specifically in the affordability plan, maybe since Mr. Pecor knows it so well, but could you explain how the sequencing of the construction will work as it relates to the affordable units specifically?
Yes. It is included in the affordability, but let me summarize it. What the affordability plan says is that we will market and lease the affordable units pro rata as the market rate units are being marketed and leased. As a matter of practicality, however, these buildings will all be modular structures, and the likelihood is that we will complete them all roughly at the same time, get COs at roughly the same time, and so the marketing and leasing will be probably at the same time. But in any event, it's our obligation, it's the developer's obligation to lease one unit of affordable unit proportionately as he's leasing the market units.
Right, so it's, okay, I found this section, it's section 3. So you've already noted, it's already been stated that the affordable units will be spread out amongst the 3 buildings. So in that sense, now it doesn't really matter how the construction occurs, since there's enough units in each building
Correct.
such that at least one could be constructed and the ratio
that's
will
right.
stay the same.
Practically, you don't have enough space to occupy any building while you're constructing any of the others.
What you're saying is confirming what I said about doing it all at once.
I think that would.
I think you're right.
It has to be, because I
You and-
doubt if the building department's going to give you a CO with construction traffic, considering there's no way to separate the public from the construction site.
I agree with you.
Do we have any members of the public who would like to speak on this application? Do we have any members, I did have it on. Do we have any members of the public who would like to speak on this application? And nobody moved that time either? Okay. Mr. Cohen, we don't have anybody who would like to speak? Do you have,
There's no opposition of any kind.
and no support?
Well put.
So, Mr. Cohen, are you off then? Are you, anything else that you want to say in closing?
You mean, do I have another client here tonight? No.
No, do you want to, are you done? Are you, And you would like us to close this? Do you have any closing comments?
I just think that this does work. I think the question is, would it be a nicer project if there were 10 units instead of 15 units? I don't really know the answer to that, but I don't believe this would be developed as an affordable housing development if that were the case. I think that the statute is a sensible statute. It's worked over the years. It's worked in Greenwich. And I think that this is a good opportunity for the town to add to the inventory of affordable units 5 more dwellings.
And you would like us to close this because this is a must-decide. You have this as a
would.
must-decide?
Thank you.
Okay, so would anybody like to discuss this? Or shall we close it and have a motion?
I think we've said enough about this one.
Okay,
I think we've kind of gotten everything on the record and kind of got all of the details.
okay, so let's close it and let's have a motion, Mr. McRae.
For the 15-unit multifamily set-aside development pursuant to, so on and so forth, PLPZ 2018-00371, final site plan. Motion to approve site plan, the following conditions, is that right?
Yeah, there's no special permit.
Okay.
Yeah, modifications. For this, it's modifications.
The affordability plan details will be worked out with staff. AC condensers will be spread throughout the site, so they're smaller groupings. The affordability units will be spread out between the 3 buildings. Parking spaces will be assigned to the tenants by space. No COs will be, as the site is constrained and with limited access, no COs would be reviewed till all of the work is done. Anything else from anybody?
You got the HVACs?
Yes.
You got the assigned parking?
Yes.
You got the spreading of the units? Anything else?
No COs, yes.
No COs? Seated on this, by the way, is Mr. Hardman, Mr. Levy, Mr. McRae, Mr. Fox, and myself. Anything else? Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Right. I'm voting against it. So it is approved. 4-1. We are now opening the public hearing, and with that, we have application of Old Greenwich Social Club, Joel Paul Berger, 14648 Sound Beach Avenue. Do I have someone to, there you go. Wasn't sure anybody was coming. Okay.
Benjamin McCarthy with BOAD, the owner's rep tonight for this project. I sat in on yesterday's meeting.
Oh, good.
So I know there was some concern about the parking and the clarity of what's happening. So I put together a parking chart along with
Great.
a new SO1 for everybody to review while I'm discussing. So can I give these to you guys now? Okay.
Katie, what happened with yoga?
The zoning violation, second one went out this week, actually. However, unlike the county's put an application literally just submitted today for changing in the NR2 zone that was.
Allow fitness.
Allowing this day. I don't think we can do that. Not by them, by taking off.
Okay. So, how come core Pilates
Should I proceed?
is determined by the commission?
So the client in this application is Old Greenwich Social Club. The proposal includes taking over what used to be a sporting goods store and turning it into his overflow seating for larger parties on predominantly Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights when he's busiest, and large parties are disruptive to his current seating. So this was an effort to occupy that. It attaches to the current restaurant very easily. The parking basically washes out. There was a retail parking of 800, or there was a retail space of 840 square feet, which requires 6 spaces. The new 14 seats require 5 spaces. So I think as far as the parking goes, it's pretty much.
Hold on just a second, because your chart confused us.
Okay, sorry.
And so,
I tried to take
restaurant
the
gets
chart that I filled out as part of the pamphlet and just kind of put it in a clearer chart, because there was a lot more numbers on the other one.
So they require 59 plus whatever we say for Pilates has, but where they say, so I think that the problem is that there's kind of a confusing thing on your chart, which is that you have here total spaces provided 44, but our tables say that it's 72
Provided?
on site, yes.
Well, if you actually look at the existing site plan,
Yes?
there's only room for 44.
So why
And
does...
some of those were added, actually.
So, Bianca has on the top, on the front page of the staff report, that the proposed number of parking spaces is 72.
No, there's not.
Nope, turn on your mic. They always yell at me.
Touche. I'm not familiar with the project enough to tell you why Mrs. Dygert wrote 72, because I know for a
Should've
fact that
counted them.
there's less now.
I didn't count them, it's funny.
It's
'cause
okay.
We used to have...
They're numbered on the site plan.
It's
Yeah.
44.
It's 44, okay. All right, okay, so we got it, we're straight now. That was what our confusion was, is that we were looking at this one table that said there were 72, and then we were looking at that again and saying, but there's not. Okay, go ahead, so...
Okay. I mean, it's a pretty basic proposal, I think. He just wants to occupy what used to be a retail, attach it to his current restaurant with a passage. It has egress. It doesn't, I don't think it stresses any of the kitchen or the bathroom. It meets all the codes, so really it's just down to parking.
Which you're deficient.
We are deficient, but we,
Plus,
as
you're
a
not even counting a fitness center in your calculations,
Yeah.
which was put in without a permit.
I'm not aware of that, but
So,
It's not his fault.
but
So-
but as a I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't know how we move forward with this when you're this parking deficient.
I guess that's up to you guys.
Well-
But as it was a retail,
Well, the thing
We're-
is that they may be deficient, but they're not increasing the deficiency, and because they're coming out of
But-
one space where the requirement is 1 per 200, and they're taking, and this is what you're good at, I know, is restaurant parking?
Of
So-
course. But again,
So the
Like-
dining would be 1 per 3 dining
But
spaces.
we look at all these multi-tenant buildings
Mm-hmm.
as combined, so when a new tenant goes in, we make sure that they have the required parking.
Mm.
So one of the things we wanted to do was run this through. Turn the mic on? I have it on, it's covered with the, so, did we run this through the parking model?
No, because that's a different parking requirement than what we have on the books now.
And the thing,
And to Ms. Allen's point, it's one for 150 for the retail. It is on. Can you hear me? Can you,
she's going to shout at him now.
can you hear me now? Yeah, it's just quiet. So it's 1 for 150 for the retail, which is 6, right? For
Yep.
You're reducing the retail by 30, I'm sorry, hold on a second.
Yeah, he's
I did
taking
this
up 100
math- I did this
square
math
feet
over
for
the
more
weekend,
storage.
and the deal is that they currently have non-conforming parking, but they're actually not increasing the non-conformity,
Well,
and they're decreasing the non-conformity, if you will, because of the shared parking situation will improve.
Also, based off of Google Analytics, the busy times for the restaurant are actually when the other businesses are closed. So Brighton Cleaners, which is open the latest, closes at 6:30, and Old Greenwich Social Club never gets busy before 7 on these evenings. And so I don't think there's a conflict of the
So
businesses.
let me just run this math by
Yeah, so
Andy again.
it's one,
Which
1 for 150 is
Okay.
5.6 parking spaces, and 5.6 times 3
Right.
seats is 16.8, and they're proposing 14 seats. But then one of the questions that came up yesterday is, that sounds good, but really that's a very low number of seats for that amount of space.
Yeah.
So how do you answer that? How will it stay 14?
I mean, there's no way for me to tell you guys that he's not going to do something different besides when I met with him. I mean, I could tell you that it's going to be 14, but there's no way of me telling you that that's not actually going to change. I mean, so.
Right, but practically speaking, I mean, so there's a zoning,
So if you.
obviously, that would,
Sorry.
if it just moved forward, it would have to be capped at that number of seats. But is that, what I'm asking, is that practical in the restaurant world to have this big, large open space that only has 14 seats in it?
Yeah, so what if the layout of the seats was actually dictated by him, so that when he has large parties, his servers could move throughout the space freely, and also be able to do theatrical type of delivery with his food. So if he wanted to do a sushi plate or something, he would be able to walk around the front and deliver everything.
So is it a private room?
It is cut off from the rest of the restaurant. It has its own egress, and it's a passage so that it shares the other restrooms, but it is separate from the rest of the restaurant, yeah.
So is it intended as a party room, or, a private dining area, or is it the overflow? I'm not.
Yeah,
sure.
it's just an overflow for large parties. That's what it is. And a lot of times, large parties, if you're a corporation or you're a business and you want to have a party, you want to have your own space, you want to have your own decorations or whatever that is, and he can't really do that in his current space. So he's looking to serve that clientele.
Yes, that makes more sense if it's a private space in that sense than it would if it's overflow, because overflow, I don't know how, that's just part of your regular restaurant at that point then.
So-
Yeah, he's not going to seat 3 people in that room.
So here's the thing on the nonconformity is, they may be deficient in parking, but they're swapping out a demand for 5 parking spaces during the day for 5 spaces at night. So they're not increasing their nonconformity. That's and it actually is becoming better. They're actually decreasing it because they're shifting the use to be spread more day-night. They're moving,
no, I agree,
right, okay,
but
except for the core Pilates place.
except for the core Pilates.
But-
I think if it was the applicant as the tenant, I agree.
Right,
But unfortunately, the landlord has put in a use that is not conforming
right,
and is thus throwing the center out of conformity.
right.
So why should we permit that, and unfortunately, you're the target at
Okay,
this point.
so I would argue that, here's the philosophical debate, everybody. So do you punish an applicant who's making it work? Do you punish this person for the violation of a different tenant in that site? Even though you're right, it's the landlord that has the violation, but you're not the landlord, right?
No.
You're representing only the tenant.
Yes.
Did you bring the comment back to the landlord that you heard yesterday? And if so, what was the response?
I did call his office. I didn't get a response from him.
So,
Who is the landlord?
Joel Berger?
Oh, sorry, right.
so you've got the applicant, you've got him listed as the applicant, though.
He owns the property, but he
So
doesn't.
who signed the application? I don't remember.
It was Joel Berger and Jed Simon. Jed owns Old Granite Social Club.
So he is the applicant. The owner is the one who's in violation. So if he's the applicant, Joel Berger is the owner, he's the one who's in violation right now at that location. So although I would have said it's not Mr. Simon's fault and we shouldn't be punitive to his business, the issue is that the application is, as you said, is from Mr. Berger.
Okay.
And he's the one who's in violation of our zoning code,
Okay. Because he owns the building.
because he owns the place.
Well, he put in a fitness studio in an area that doesn't allow fitness studios.
Yeah. So just to be clear, because even though the application is coming from Jed Simon of Old Granite Social Club, he's the one putting in the application. It's also part of the property owners, is part of the application. Is that correct?
That's what you just said, and I was looking back to see who signed the application itself.
Right.
Who signed it? I don't have it in.
344.
344.
Mr. Oliver,
Mr.
right?
Burgess.
Okay.
Mr. Burgess.
You're the agent, and Joel Paul Berger, property owner authorization.
There it is. Got it. So because he's the applicant,
Okay.
go ahead.
No, I was going to suggest, because they were issued a notice of violation.
Right.
A second one's now gone out per the new normal procedures. And I was going to suggest that if this got moved forward, subject to them not getting the zoning permit, but there's an awkward wrinkle in this, in that now a zoning text amendment has been submitted by someone not related to anything having to do here, other than if you moved it forward, it would make that tenant not non-conforming and not a violation. So in other words, if you let them go forward, subject to a zoning permit, it could be months before that application gets on the table.
We can't make a decision on something that isn't based on something.
Oh, no,
that
I
isn't
totally
before us yet,
agree,
and
but
that we
but
haven't
I'm
seen.
saying that, yeah, well, it's just a bit of a quagmire, timing-wise, to hold up this applicant for that violation. Is my point.
It bothers me because
Well, I agree,
the
but
restaurant owner has done nothing wrong.
Right.
Anybody got thoughts on how to resolve this? Mr. Hardeman, Mr. Levy, Mr. McRae?
Yes, it's a quandary, but it's kind of, I don't think that we need to try to figure it out. It's for the applicant to try to figure this out.
So you would not cut the restaurant owner a break, if you will?
I don't feel comfortable doing that, no. This is not a.
Site's in violation.
It's not
Well,
really.
I think one of the issues, and I think this was brought up yesterday, is that the proposal in front of us is for an expansion of the restaurant into an existing space.
Right.
But it seems that what we were presented here on the floor plans as the expansion is a little questionable, because they're saying it's 14 seats. This is a very big room, big space that's in there, and it would seem to me if this is going to be overflow from the restaurant, it would have, tables and banquettes, that kind of thing. It'd be, when it gets overflowed in the restaurant itself, then this room is opened up, and that's where the patrons go. We're hearing this is actually a party room now.
Yeah, it's overflow for large parties. It's not overflow. He didn't try to maximize the seating in there.
But he could.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Right. I mean,
so-
it's just like anything else. You could get
So
your
it's not really
CO and change your house, you know.
It's not even it could be, it's 14 seats as it is on the application, but it
Correct.
could be 20.
Yeah. I mean, you could
35.
easily, I think Dennis said yesterday, you could easily split those tables and do 28. I mean, you could put 40 in there. You know, I mean, I think everybody's been to a bar that's been overfilled. So, I mean, I don't go to those places, but some people have.
Okay, so 14 seats on the application, but it could be a lot more. Or actually no seats whatsoever, and could it be just standing tables and we could have
Yeah, I think
100 people in there?
the client had a specific need that he needed to fill, which was these parties that were between 10 and 14 people. And so that was what this was designed to be. And so when these clients came in and said, hey, I want to do a party and I want to bring in, you know, a DJ or something, well, now he can't do that in his current space. So that's what this is meant to be, is for larger parties that, you know, corporations and businesses want to be able to have their own space at Old Greenwich Social Club.
Yeah, there seems to be two issues. One is the overall project, which I understand is not your responsibility. But this space, if we get beyond that, this space just says, everything you just said means the parking gets significantly even worse. So to go back to Ms. Altman's comment, I mean, I don't think we want to punish the restaurant. On the other hand, what the restaurant is suggesting would exacerbate the parking problem if they go ahead and use that space. If you have 30 people stand up in a party, they got to park someplace. So that makes this whole situation untenable. So it's not just the overall project, who's in there, who's not, but it's this particular space, which is what I was saying yesterday, that is troublesome.
I mean, to the applicant's point that this restaurant use is at a different time than the other uses,
Right.
that's quite relevant, and that's the mitigating factor here.
And I think people will tend to use the train station parking lot.
Yeah, people do use the train station
Certainly
parking.
at 7 o'clock at night.
Yeah, and apparently a lot of people take Uber, he said, as well.
Well, I think it would be
I mean-
beneficial to do, because it sounds like we're keeping this open.
Yeah, what's everybody's read? My sense is we're raising two sets of issues that need to be resolved, and we should leave it open, that people want to leave it open?
Let's get a little more clarity.
Okay. Do you have anything else you want to say, and we'll ask for public comment? Do you have anything else?
No, I don't. As far as the occupancy in the space, there's nothing else that I can do or provide you with documentation besides a drawing that shows 14 seats.
Well,
I mean,
one thing would be a statement that it would not be used at lunch, because that is when it would conflict with the.
he doesn't open till 3.
Sorry?
He doesn't open till 3.
Okay, so that would be a fine, that would be an acceptable condition then, that there be no lunchtime use of this.
Oh, if he decided to change his hours or
Hours
something,
and
yeah,
half.
okay, I got you.
Not open for lunch on the weekends?
On Sundays it is, yeah. He's open for brunch on Sundays. I actually don't know about Saturdays, so.
It's in the thing, hold on.
No, I didn't say if he was open on Saturdays on that piece of paper. I just said when he gets busy, which is 7.
But I think it would have to be restricted to uses after, I think it was 6 o'clock that most of the other tenants in that shopping center closed, 6 or 6:30.
Yeah, 6:30 was the cleaner closed, and 6 o'clock was the bank.
Right, so I think it would have, so that might be something that you'd want to talk to the restaurant owner about, whether they would restrict the hours.
Okay. Yeah, he has that restriction for his outdoor seating as well, so I'm sure he could add
Outdoor,
that in.
he has to, because he doesn't have enough parking, so they have to switch it.
And then also, if he is planning to use that room for more than 14 people, you should provide the analysis for that entire parking for, for however many people it would be restricted to. Because you can't say it's going to be 14, but it might be more if there's a need for it.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's his intention, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm not implying that he's going to use it for 30 people or 50 people. I don't. There's no way for me to give you guys a piece of paper that shows, I promise I'm going to not use more than 14 people. All I can do is give you a
Well,
drawing.
there actually is, because the documentation that comes from this commission is a decision letter that states this is the agreement between the Planning and Zoning Commission and the property owner. So that is the promise, so to
Okay.
speak. And that's, if it's in violation, then there's a violation that gets put on the property as a whole.
Okay.
So there is a mechanism to deal with that, but that's why I think it makes sense if your client's going to be investing into this property, that it be understood exactly what the rules are.
Okay.
So if if it's only going to be after 6 o'clock and, you have full access to 44 parking spaces, that's a big difference than access to 44 parking, to a shared parking agreement.
Right.
So it might be that he could get the extra seats in there.
Right, I understand what you're
Yeah,
saying now.
so-
Right, so we would say that this space was only to be used after 7 o'clock on the day, so it was, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Mr. Oliver, I think actually, one thing you might want to look into is not much as seats as maybe occupancy of this room based on egress code.
Okay.
Then we'll know how many people actually can be in this room.
Fire,
You've got an exterior, one door, that exterior.
fire code.
You've got exits that actually pass through and out through the rest of the space. So I think actually if you can define that number, then you know what the maximum occupancies can be at any one time.
And you did run a fixture count, plumbing fixture count? For
Of seats?
You have enough fixture units for this added capacity?
Oh, yes, he does. I looked at the bathroom, yeah.
So about one question, Katie, are we permitted to approve an application like this pending the resolution of the zoning violation, which is the landlord's responsibility, not the user?
Yes, I mean, there's two separate paths that are occurring right now. One is your review of a site plan, and the other is an enforcement action. So the enforcement action has a separate set of rules and procedures than your site plan process. So although it's, obviously they're related, particularly in this instance where the violation is creating, that's why it is in violation, because of the parking associated with that use, and actually not even knowing what the parking is associated with that use, since it's never come in. We don't know how many people are in those group classes. So having said that, there's two paths, so I think it would be appropriate to keep them separate.
Okay, so we're gonna leave this open. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Lucky I got reminders. Do I have any public comment? Okay, so we're gonna leave it open. You're pretty clear on path going forward. I don't know how crowded our next two agendas are. We have a meeting on the 4th and a meeting on the 18th. If you can get stuff together. Katie, do we have agenda room?
It's likely it's going to be on the 18th.
Okay, so if you can get,
Oh, December, okay.
if you can get everything together in time to meet the deadlines for the 18th of December, and then we'll,
Thank you, guys.
thank you. The next application is Mill Owners Company LLC at 10 Glenville and 328 Pemberwick and 340 Pemberwick Road.
Mr. Tessie's over there.
I'm waiting for,
Mr. Schachter, do you have
There he
visuals
is.
today or no?
What's that?
Do you have visuals today?
We actually do have a thumb drive.
Would you like to use it?
It might be helpful for the audience.
Sure.
I believe my partner is outside with the thumb drive.
Okay.
Do you provide a pointer?
No.
We do, but I can't find it at the moment, so Pat's your pointer.
I'll just
Oh, the pointer, yeah. Len's got it.
I'll just
Perfect.
They didn't send us a copy of it, though, did they, Katie?
Sorry?
They didn't
Not
send
good.
us a copy of the thumb drive.
No. It was our fault, though. We didn't pursue it and ask for it.
Where's that going first? The photos or the presentation?
I believe it's the first slide.
Thanks, Steve.
Stephen, may I ask a favor? If you could you push this down so I can see that, and then you can put it up when you're talking.
Sure.
Thank you.
For the record, I'm Steve Schachter, and I'm here with my partner, Eric Schwartz, on behalf of the Mill Owners Company. Our goal this evening is to focus on the traffic and parking concerns raised at the Commission's October 30th meeting, both by our neighbors and by members of the Commission. Before doing so, allow us to reorient you on the layout of the site. The site is split by the Byram River. The east side of the site has 3 buildings on it. The largest we call the Central Mill Building, the most iconic and the one most people are familiar with, the 1881 building, named for the year in which it was built, and the Railroad Building. People would identify that with bamboo. On the other side of the river, on the west, which is the west side, and this evening I'll be talking about east and west. The west side of the river has what we call the 1981 building, because that's when that was built, and what we call the mansion, which is an old Victorian house that was used by the American Felt Company when it operated a felt mill. It's now office space. And just to remind everybody, the 1981 building is currently office. It's 100% office. The 1881 building is 100% office. The Central Mill building has restaurant, yoga, hair salon on this side. And on the south part of the building, it has 12 rental apartments. The 1881 building is 100% office. As I said, Railroad Building has bamboo. It has a hot yoga studio. And on the second floor, it has office space. Back to why we're here tonight. First, we asked our traffic and parking consultant, Michael Galante, of Frederick P. Clark Associates, to bifurcate the traffic evaluation previously submitted in order to study the impact of our project separately for each of the 2 sides of the property. This is important because the 2 sides of the proposed project are quite distinct, and the project's scale and impact should be viewed as such. On the east side of the property, accessed from Pembroke Road, we propose to substitute 33 apartments for 28,515 square feet of office space, as well as the lower portion of the Central Mill garage. I neglected to remind everyone that the building we call Central Mill sits atop a multi-level garage. On the west side of the property, accessed from Glenville Street, we propose to substitute 36 apartments for 52,838 square feet of office space. As the revised traffic evaluation indicates, the traffic into and out of both sides of our property can be expected to be reduced on weekdays, both mornings and evenings. The same can be said of weekends as well on the west side. And the east side, according to our traffic expert, could be expected to increase by a single vehicle at the busiest weekend time. This is, of course, not just theoretical, it's intuitive. Apartments generate less traffic than offices. And the Commission's traffic consultant agrees with this conclusion. The complaints, however well-founded, that Glenville Street and Glenville Road are congested are surely worthy of study by the town. But nothing in our proposal is going to exacerbate that congestion. Nothing about our proposal is going to make it any more difficult to make a left-hand turn from Pemberwick Road onto Glenville Road, or from our driveway onto Glenville Street. The fact that our neighbors are understandably frustrated and inconvenienced by these conditions, as are we, is not a reason to ignore the fact that our proposed project has nothing to do with it other than to possibly make it marginally better. Second, a concern was raised at the last meeting by a neighbor of ours from River Run about the condition at the entrance to the west parcel from the Glenville Street driveway. The condition in question, we should note, also has nothing to do with our proposed project. It's an existing condition, no different insofar as the merits of our proposal is concerned than congestion on Glenville Street or the left-hand turn from Pemberwick Road. However, it is different in one respect. It's within our control to try to improve, irrespective of the use of our property. With that in mind, we asked J. Fain and Associates to look at the turn and recommend a fix. We offer that tonight.
Very good. Well, yeah, that's what we kept talking about.
What Jay has suggested is here's the drive from Glenville Street, and here's the turn.
You have that for the board too, for the rest of us?
No, I don't, and because we just got this today.
Perhaps
and
after you present it to the commission, if you could
I'd
just
be
spend
happy to
a
turn
minute
this
to
around.
just turn it around and explain it to the public.
I mean, I'll describe it well enough. Those who live at River Run or otherwise have reason to come in and out of the property will know exactly what I'm talking about. Coming in from Glenville Street.
If you look on the TV that's on, you can kind of see it. Mr. Conway's trying to get a close-up of it.
Coming in from Glenville Street, the right-hand turn here, and coming out from our property or from River Run, the left-hand turn here is problematic. What we propose to do is two things. Well, three things. We propose to stripe this better. We propose to put a stone slow-down thing right here at the stop sign. We propose to widen the radius. This is the most important thing. We propose to widen the radius here at the island in the middle, and to continue this stone so that somebody coming from this direction,
Has room to open out.
meaning from has to think twice about crossing what now is a divider on the roadway.
The divider's new too. It's not there from what I remember.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
This is a divider so that it will be flat.
Right.
Like a rumble strip, kind of.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Which,
Do you want to just flip it around?
I'll explain it one more time for anybody who's interested. Coming in from Glenville Street here,
There you go.
I apologize. I wasn't trying to block
Worst thing
it.
is your loudest coach was Mr. Tessie. I think you're going to have to talk to him about that.
Okay, here's Glenville Street. Coming in the driveway, there's now a rumble strip here to slow down the traffic at the stop sign that's already here. And in addition, the radius of the turn, the left-hand turn exiting the property, or exiting to come to the driveway, is now, it's a wider radius, and there's a divider there so that the car getting ready to turn isn't as likely to clip the car stopped here entering the property.
You have the public has to wait till the public commentary time. It's just the way the rules work. Sorry, guys. So, Mr. Schechter, I was there today, and we had asked you at the last meeting if you could make the circle all one way. So I practiced that today and decided that it's not a very good idea, that what I had suggested to you, because what it does is it puts cars right in front of the door then of the 1981 building. I think you were already thinking that.
Yes.
And I saw the difficulty, I think I went around the little circle like 5 or 6 times to get what everybody had been talking about. And I think that this will really help maneuvering.
We think
there.
so too. As I say, this is a problem that we share.
Right.
Work there.
Right.
It's as important that the residents that we hope, if you approve our proposal,
You don't want your 36 units.
we have this. They share the concern.
Right. You don't want your 36 units not to be able to get in and out comfortably either.
And if at some point down the road, no pun intended, it turns out that this doesn't do the job as well as we hoped it would, we'll have to think of something else.
Well, I was trying to do that today, and I kept walking around looking if there was a place that you could do a second curb cut. And the way the grade works on the site, I'm no developer, I'm no builder, I'm no architect, but I couldn't see how it would be possible. So this
Our
seems,
site advisors believe that this will
this
make a
seems
real
like a very
difference.
good step forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Schechter, the stop signs that are there now, they'll be removed?
No.
No, on the
So
contrary.
it's just a reconfiguration of the driveway, but those stop signs?
Right now,
at
there's
that
a
corner-
stop sign at the point where the car entering the site makes the right.
I see it here. Yep.
Just on it'll be the southeast corner of the mansion.
Okay. So that'll remain.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Schechter, just a quick question. How many units are in River Run?
30.
30. When the traffic analysis was done, were those 30 units included in that?
It was not.
Okay.
And the thinking behind that was there are going to be 30 now. There are 30 now. There will be 30 then. The change in traffic is 100% attributable to what we propose to do. The 30 cars from River Run are a given. However, it occurred to us that you might ask that, and so we actually had our traffic consultant do the analysis of the ingress and egress traffic from River Run, if you're interested in it.
Sure. I was kind of interested in that.
Good evening, Mike Galante, Frederick Clark Associates.
Could you spell your last name?
Sure, Galante. First name Michael. The 30 units of townhomes, if you will, are existing conditions. In our world, is a background traffic condition. In all the traffic evaluations that we've looked at for this redevelopment of the property is what is today's traffic being generated by the offices and how we're replacing that with residential use. The 30 units would likely generate about 12 to 16 trips during a peak hour, lowest volume in the morning, 16 trips in the afternoon peak hour of the road and the driveway itself, and on a Saturday, which is typically midday, 12 to 1, 11 to 12 o'clock, about 19 vehicles. So that's the traffic in the background condition on the driveway, regardless of what we do on our property itself. So that doesn't change.
Okay.
So it's not that we forgot about it, it was just separate.
I think that's one of the issues I want to make sure that everybody understands. You're studying traffic on your property, but the river run should be considered part of your property when doing
Yep.
analysis, because it goes right through the middle of your property. So,
It shares the same driveway, correct.
right, and I
Yes.
think that's one of the things that was kind of missing is like, we're looking at traffic numbers, parking numbers for east and west of the mill site. But
Correct.
it's missing and was missing
The River Run
the
piece.
river run part, which is
Yeah.
actually kind of part and parcel to the whole thing.
No, I understand why you're saying it was missing. The part we did in a lot of detail was the comparison of our development for the moment, what it is today and what it would generate today as an office development, essentially. We look at that comparison to the future with the adding 36 units and taking out a certain level of office traffic. The driveway volume, our combined traffic volume on the driveway going to Glenville Street reduces significantly. So at that point,
100% office versus 100% residential.
correct, which is the proper way of doing the comparison. Because of that comparison and that reduction in traffic, which is in the range of 60 trips during the morning peak hour and about 45 trips during the afternoon peak hour, is a significant reduction in traffic. Now, there's concern and discussion, and we all agree that Glenville Street has traffic, has congestion. It blocks the driveway because the traffic signals upstream in both directions. We all agree on that. The point we're trying to make is that we're lowering the traffic, and we're hopefully a benefit to the neighborhood and the area by changing the use of our development itself. For that reason, we did not do a detailed analysis of before and after, because we know it's better in the after condition. I think the town's consultant agrees with that process that we went through. But the traffic from the existing residential units that are sharing our driveway is always there. We're not removing that. We didn't forget about it. It's just a type of analysis we did. Okay?
May I ask a question, though, before he leaves?
Mr. Galante?
Yeah, may I ask a question? You mentioned that there's a reduction of trips when you go residential compared to what you have now on office, right?
The office traffic is higher.
Right.
The residential traffic is significantly lower.
Help me out here, though, because I think the issue is that the office traffic is going into the site,
Correct.
residential's coming out.
Correct.
How does that work? Because when you just have one number reduction, but how does it work? Because you would think that there's not much office trips leaving the site, they're all coming on.
In the
at this
morning, they're
point,
coming
yeah.
onto the site,
And-
correct.
And on residential, they would be leaving at this
Correct.
point. So explain how that works.
From a traffic perspective, we're looking at the traffic as a whole, at the intersection, the driveway onto Glenville
Right.
Street. So a certain level of traffic coming in, certain level of traffic going out at the same time as there's traffic on Glenville Street itself. So in any evaluation of an intersection, we look at all the movements at the intersection. In this case, we're reducing the traffic, the office traffic coming in, but we're putting traffic coming out of the site. It's still a reduction in traffic at the intersection of about 60 trips during the morning peak hour. That's a combination of inbound and outbound traffic. So we're looking at all the movements, not just one direction.
So theoretically, that intersection would function better.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you're reducing traffic by 60 cars in a 1 hour period.
And what about the outflow from if you're residential, what would happen to that traffic flow coming out? There'd be a larger number of cars trying to get out.
Larger number of vehicles coming out during the peak hour.
This is the same thing.
But what's restricting
Yeah,
that
this comes
movement
out
is
to
the
the
traffic on
89.
Glenville Street,
Right,
which we, at the moment, don't have control over.
right, okay.
Okay?
Mr. Galante, did you
Yes, sir.
analyze the exit and benefits of widening it so you could create a left and a right turn out of the site?
Of the driveway itself?
Yeah.
We did look at that briefly, but to be honest, even ConnDOT agrees with this concept. They actually started the concept of not providing 2 lanes coming out of a driveway or a side street because of the site restrictions of 2 cars sitting at a stop sign. So it's actually better to have 1 car waiting at a stop sign as opposed to 2. Because if I have a minivan and you have an SUV, who can't see? In this case, both. So it becomes a safety issue, and that's the reason why we're actually going to a one-lane exit for safety purposes. It'll actually result in a little bit more delay than a two-lane exit, but when you have two cars trying to exit a drive at the same time, this is a safety concern. So that's the reason why it's not being done.
Hey, Mr. Yeski, I just want to explain one further aspect of the traffic onto Glenville Road comparison, Glenville Street comparison. Glenville, John Tessie representing the applicants, sorry. And you have to realize that when you have the full office use, and as indicated in our table in Mr. Galante's report, you are going to have traffic that in the morning is actually going to go out, whether it's people dropping off and go out, or whether or not it's a cab situation or just someone leaving the site. In fact, our numbers for that in the report, ironically, came with respect to office as opposed to the residential to 12, which happens to be a complete wash. So I think it's important for you to understand that there is traffic that would come out from a full office use. And it nets out, therefore, in terms of the increase, to actually zero in that particular instance.
I just redid that math.
See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It actually comes out to 0 to 12. We have I'm going to submit for the record, I give a copy to Mr. Macri, the additional table that Mr. Galante was referring to that incorporates the River Run unit counts for the peak periods, evening and daytime during the week and Saturday midday, so you can get an idea of the total, which was the question really asked, of the traffic basically coming in one direction, in or out to the site. And I think, all in all, if you look at the numbers, you're still talking about a situation where we have one car during the peak hour for every approximately 3 minutes or so.
So let me just recap.
So we're not talking about statistically significant numbers, probably more like rounding errors.
So let me just recap this. In the morning, right now, you have 77, just you without River Run, you have 77 cars coming in. And once you have the apartments, you would have 3 cars coming in. But in the morning leaving, you have 12 cars right now, assuming full occupancy of the office, and there would be 12 cars leaving from the apartments in the morning. So that's a wash.
Correct.
And then there's no change in the existing condo use, in the existing River Run use. So you're saying in the morning, assuming full occupancy in the office, there's no change because the exit is 12 and 12. The entrance, the 77 goes down to 3, and that's on a weekday morning.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. And look, although the traffic is heading in the opposite direction, the big number, the 77, there's no question at an intersection like that, 77 cars coming in at a peak hour, trying to get into that particular location, are going to substantially conflict with the cars trying to come out.
Now,
There's no question about that.
I think that
It is intuitive, to use Mr. Schacter's words.
What's tricky is that right now, even without too much occupancy in the office, there's a queuing in the morning to get out, but that's a subject that seems to be a result of the Glenville traffic, which DPW is going to address, right, Katie? The study that DPW is going to do.
Yes, so
the queuing is being created, just to be clear why people are having trouble right now getting out of the site, because that affects your
You may have some periodic
5 to
queuing
10
there
minute.
because
I
of that
think
block
you
between
guys
the two.
talked, or the neighbors
Lights.
talked about it, that there was a 5 to 10 minute queuing in the morning.
I doubt anybody. What happens with people, and you can stop it, you can be at it, let's be honest about it. Let's be intellectually honest. Nobody's waiting 5 to 10 minutes to get out of there. It feels like 5 or 10 minutes.
It probably
it's like
feels
sitting
like
at a
4
light.
hours.
That's a 30-second light.
Right.
People think they were there for 5
But
minutes.
go with it, that
It's not
right
true.
now, people may have to wait to get out, but that's really more a function of what's going on with the Glenville.
Background traffic, right.
Glenville traffic.
Right.
And DPW is trying to address that, and
So-
will,
Yeah, the towns, this is actually from Jim Michael, the Deputy Commissioner
Today?
of Public Works. No, this is, one of the neighbors had asked me what was going on. I asked Jim to comment on it. So this is an email from September back to myself and one of the neighbors in this area. And he notes that the town secured a CMAQ, which stands for Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Grant funding from the Federal Highway Administration for improvements to be done to this intersection. He's referring to the intersection of Pemberwick and Glenville. The town is currently working on the paperwork to start the design process. Again, this is from September, this email. Due to certain state conditions, this paperwork requires RTM approval, which hopefully will be occurring later this month. Once the paperwork is completed, then the design consultant will be able to start the design process, which will include analyzing traffic data and existing roadways, parking areas, et cetera, that impact the flow of traffic. Many of the items that you have mentioned have been identified as areas of concern and will be analyzed by the project team. They're holding a public meeting as part of the project and will be posting a notification of this meeting about a month in advance. He anticipates this being in the spring of 2019. So it's moving on, but obviously it's not happening immediately, given the requirements that are needed.
Okay. If you were counting, that was third. Fourth, also at the Commission's request, we asked Mike Galanti to study the parking on the east side of the property to be shared by the proposed apartments with the existing restaurants, yoga studios, hair salon, and remaining office space. As Mike's shared parking analysis demonstrates, the 150 parking spaces on the east side of the property are more than adequate to serve the shared needs of the mixed uses there with the substitution of 33 apartments. This is the case even on nights and weekends when residents are typically at home. The shared uses are expected to require 110 spaces on weekdays, 108 spaces on weeknights, and 119 spaces on weekends, significantly less than the 150 spaces we have. We understand that the Commission's traffic expert agrees with this conclusion as well. But the better answer to the Commission's question about parking on the east parcel is that, analysis aside, parking has been shared for nearly 35 years on the east side of our property. It was shared when there was an office tenant in the 1881 building that at times used as many as 85 parking spaces. It was shared and it worked. In this instance, as you requested, we have come up with a full parking plan demonstrating how our parking will be appropriately allocated and how it will assure that all residents in the proposed apartments will have a reserved location for at least one car every day and during the weekends. If you'd like, I'll take you through it. It was previously provided to the Commission.
Mr. Schachter, that the shared condition you were talking about for 30 years was between retail tenants, some residential units, and office space.
All of the existing uses
On the east side.
on the east side.
Right.
So it was the hair salon, the yoga studios, the 2 restaurants, the 12 existing apartments or 13 existing apartments, and then, the railroad building office.
Okay, so now we're actually.
And then the 1881 building.
So that shared condition now
Yes.
is actually significantly changing because you're actually now having restaurant operations coinciding with residential uses at all times.
Yes.
Plus actually removing some spaces in the lower levels for units.
Yes, but the 3 numbers that I read Shared uses are expected to require 110 spaces on weekdays, 108 spaces on weeknights, and 119 spaces on weekends. And we have 150, after removing the spaces that you referred to make room for the 8 lower-level apartments. It's up to you. You've all seen the report, and looks like you're having a long night. I'm happy to skip walking you through it.
Oh, no, it's only 9 o'clock.
In the parking count, the number of chairs in both restaurants have been accounted for, so you'll have the proper amount to satisfy the requirements for both restaurants.
Yes.
Okay.
That was fourth. Finally, an observation that shouldn't need stating, but it does. Our office space has been underoccupied and underpopulated for most of the last 5 years. To the extent that it hasn't been nearly empty, that's a function of long-term leases that kept tenants in place longer than they needed our office space. Other than L. Catterton's 32,000 square foot short-term lease during the reconstruction of their headquarters, we haven't signed a major lease in over a decade, and not for lack of trying. But please keep in mind the correct comparison, both for the Commission and for our neighbors, in evaluating our proposal in general and its impact on traffic and parking in particular, is not between proposed apartments and underpopulated office buildings. Think about the impact of our having to fill those buildings again with office tenants. Think about the impact on traffic if the 1881 and 1981 buildings were fully reoccupied by office tenants bringing several hundred office personnel to work every day. That's what's germane to a discussion of traffic impact. Our proposed apartments compared to restabilized and fully repopulated office buildings. That's the question before the Commission. The answer should be loud and clear what is best for the neighborhood. In closing, we ask that both the Commission and our neighbors view this proposal for what it really is. It's a proposal to substitute residential for office. It's redevelopment of an existing property, and it's a proposal that's entirely consistent with the overall stated goals of the town. As we asked 3 weeks ago, we hope you will agree that our plan as proposed will result in an iconic Greenwich property with its park-like setting being updated, improved, and revitalized with vibrancy and dynamism to the ultimate benefit of the entire neighborhood. We respectfully ask for your approval. We have tonight to answer any additional questions in their respective areas of expertise. The principals of our project team, consisting of John Tessie, Leonard DeAndrea, Jay Fain, and Michael Galante. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I ask a question?
Commissioners, go ahead.
I know in here somewhere I saw this, but I can't find it right now. Today, do you have the trip count of actually what's happening with the offices in the morning, the actual? I know that it was 77, if it was...
You mean with 30% occupancy?
Correct, yes. I mean,
No.
I'm trying to get an order of magnitude what that traffic flow is today, because the citizens are saying it's already a difficult situation. Because if you, as you just said, your fourth point, if you somehow magically fill up those offices, we're going to be back to that 77 trip kind of thing. Where is it today?
We have no reason to have looked at that.
Well,
And, well, I mean, just ballpark it.
because the citizens are going to get up and say,
Right, but the thing is, today, and Mr. Chessie says the time waiting to do something in your car always seems longer, but today, if you're queuing at how low the occupancy rate is in the 1981 building, that's got to be because of the traffic in Glenville.
I
Because
understand.
there's not enough coming into that building. They aren't contributing to the problem. So all you've got is those cars exiting from River Run, and they're having trouble getting out just because of the Glenville traffic. So That's why I kind of came out to this DPW work to ease the congestion in Glenville is the critical piece of this.
But that's several years off.
Katie?
Sounds like it. I mean, they're studying, it's moving forward, but to say it's going to miraculously happen next summer, I don't think that's what Mr. Michael is saying.
But so that's where I came out was
They have the grant.
Right.
That's a positive.
That's a grant to study, right?
And fix. I mean, they've got it, everything's in play, and it's moved forward. But these things still take time. I mean, first of all, what is the design going to be? Is it going to be a traffic light? Is it going to be a traffic circle? What's it going to be? I mean, that's what they have to study first.
Right, and you mentioned actually, once the study's done, so on and so forth, how does the RTM get in on this? They have to approve it?
Well, they have to, the RTM, I guess, but due to some state requirements, needs to sign off on, and I don't know if that happened this fall or not.
Yeah.
You know, where I was going with the question was that, I think your point is that folks, if somehow magically we fill this office back up, things are going to get worse. And we're suggesting a better solution. We understand that there's a traffic problem that is above and beyond your project. It really deals with Glenville Road and that whole intersection. But the option we have is to fill that office up again and make the situation worse, or to go to residential and improve particularly one side of it, not both sides, but one side of it at this point, with the hope that down the road.
Both sides.
Well, it was kind of a wash, as I remember.
It improves one side more than the other, but it improves both sides.
Marginally on the one side. But it does improve significantly that traffic flow in the morning coming in. Yeah, but that's what I was trying to get at, to say that the potential here is this could get worse if we don't, act on improving the potential traffic flow there by converting from office to residential. Yes, that's your point. That was your fourth point.
My fourth point is that the underpopulated office building is irrelevant. My point, I guess, was that the choice, regardless of the traffic that's on Glenville Road, Glenville Street, and Pemberwick Road trying to get onto Glenville Road, the choice is somewhat binary. Would you really rather that we do what it takes to repopulate these office buildings, or wouldn't you rather that we put apartments there? Thank you.
Where do you stand with the floodplain, Lomar?
I'm going to let Lenny DeAndrea answer that.
But I just want to follow on to Mr. Yeski with what Steve said, because we hear where you're going with it, but let's just take a step back and realize from point zero, empty office buildings, okay? The traffic generated going out in the mornings on either site produces during peak hour about one car every 5 or 6 minutes. That's what we're talking about. One car every 5 or 6 minutes. So irrespective of what could be, that's all we're talking about. And I think Mike would be happy to get up and tell you what that really means from a traffic standpoint, but I think you could understand as lay people. It's just statistically insignificant.
Right.
We're not talking about adding hundreds upon hundreds of units here. These units are producing barely double-digit numbers of traffic over an hour. And bear that in mind also.
Right.
Thank you.
Katie, Mr. Galante suggested in his most recent report that the town consider, now he knows you can't do the block to box, that the town consider installing signs in both directions on Glenville Street on its approaches to the site driveway, directly opposite Angelus Drive, to alert motorists not to block the driveway or Angelus Drive. Is that something that would be okay to do? I know they traffic answered us no to block the box, but, because it's apparently no to block the box, why? Because apparently it's state policy not to do block the box.
Right.
Because we've tried to. Yeah, well, maybe Stanford doesn't listen to the state, but,
It's not a state road.
When I got lost in the middle of my presentation,
Uh-oh.
I was going to mention the fact that you had asked us at the last meeting to have Frederick P. Clark look at that exit, and as we expected, they came back and recommended that the town put do not block the intersection signage, both for the benefit of our driveway and Angelus Drive. And obviously, we would like to see that as much as our neighbors at River Run.
but the block the box thing did not fly. We asked that, and the block the box thing didn't fly with our traffic people said no.
Right.
And Andy's asking me, Mr. Fox just asked me why that happens, why we would comply with the state.
There's one at Whole Foods.
Right, well,
But it
the
never got
town
taken
has
out.
several of them, actually. There's one in front of the Red Cross, Coscup School, Whole Foods, but the
one at
statutes
the
have
hospital.
changed. Yeah, and Melissa Evans had provided that, and she said that that's no longer an option. The block the box is a painting on the
Because
ground.
we tried to
But
do
you're
it when
referring to
we
something
did Chase
different, though.
Bank. Yeah,
Yeah,
what
you're
Mr.
referring to
Galante's
signage.
suggestion is
Right.
signage.
Right, so not a painted block the box on the
Right.
I would
roadway.
just interject one point, because I read Melissa Evans' email, and it was interesting. You may want to go back to her on it. She was referring to the issue with the state here as it relates to driveways. And she stated the driveways were not considered intersections. But in actuality, right across from this driveway is Angela's Drive. And you may want to ask her to look at it from that perspective. Oh. You may want to ask her to look at it from, sorry. Look at it from that perspective, Katie, because they may be able to do something because of that unique aspect here. It's not the driveway, it's actually Angela's that would benefit from it also.
Okay.
But it would accomplish the same goal, so you may be able to backdoor it in there.
Right, okay.
Oh, that's a kind of a cool idea.
Thank you.
So, first one you've, no.
All right, I'm willing to get off. Would you like to hear about Lomar status from Mr.
Please.
Yeah,
Yes.
please.
DeAndrea? Thank you.
Yeah, so we might be able to say it's to not block Angelus. That would
Yeah.
work.
My name is Leonard DeAndrea, Connecticut professional engineer, and providing the engineering services for the applicant. The easy part of what we did was identifying the gross inaccuracies of the FEMA mapping through the property. The tedious part was putting together all of the models, the hydraulic models, and the application for the various storms. And then the agony is waiting 60 days or so, almost 60 days for finally to get a response, which we did. And then to make it worse, we had to retrieve it from our junk mail. So the good news is they responded. They have not rejected it. They had 5 minor comments, 3 of which are really house cleaning type of things, asking for additional information because in one case, what we recognize is there were 2 structures that were never mapped into their model, and so they're asking for additional information on that. And then the last thing is what we will do once this is approved, which is filing a notification in the paper to let people know that this map change is pending. So we are almost there. We have addressed those comments. We intend to get those back in by the early part of December, and then we wait again.
So
Can you share those with us
Right.
by any chance? Are you into sharing?
We can. There's an email. I can get those for you.
If you could send it to Katie?
Oh, certainly, yeah, okay.
Or Patrick, I think it's actually Patrick who's doing this application, but, so that we could see the comments?
Sure. Okay, thank you.
If
So
you,
did I understand, so it's basically approved, subject to what?
they want him to fix some stuff.
It's five comments, and they go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and like the last one, it says, when you're done, you'll do a certain kind of notification. One of the comments is, we want you to use different color layers in the AutoCAD file that you send us, so we can distinguish between floodway, 500, 150, 10, things like that. And then there are a couple technical questions that have to do with the actual modeling, and usually those deal with ineffective flow areas.
So when does an email come back saying yes, like an officially? Like, do you have to send them more information and then?
That's correct. So it's,
So is it another 60 days?
it could be a week, it could be 60. They just say all the time, we have up to 60.
So is
Now
it,
that
has a
there's-
new clock started?
It will start again once we submit.
I
And
see.
so the good news is we got through one analyst. This doesn't get reviewed by FEMA. It's a consultant to FEMA. It's actually Leonard Jackson, if you remember that name. They're down in Virginia now. And then the first reviewer reviewed it for content. Then that individual passed it on to another more technical, and they reviewed it for the model itself. And so those comments have to be addressed. And when they agree with all the model and the information we've submitted, then they'll allow us to put that out to like a notice period, like you would do with Connecticut DEP applications, that this has been done, it's approved, are there any comments? And then after that's done, then it becomes official. Okay.
Yeah, I did. Yep, no, okay, so do we have members of the public who'd like to speak? And as ever, we ask you if the people before you have already said what you're going to say. Just, if we've heard it once, you probably will remember it.
My name is Nicole Alpino. I live in River West.
Did you get that?
Can you spell your last name?
Alpino. I live in River West, and we're adjacent to River Run, and nothing that I've heard so far actually addresses the additional pedestrian traffic. We have an inordinate amount of people that are walking through our development. We have no trespassing. We have residents-only signs, and those are clearly ignored by absolutely everybody. So we have people walking through, because then they go through our development, through Etta Lane, and through the neighborhood. And we're actually in the process of looking at the verbiage in our property deed to see what our options are as far as stopping the pedestrian traffic. But
So the pedestrian traffic is coming
the
from,
pedestrian traffic is coming from a combination of River Run and the bridge that's by the mill.
okay,
So there's a bridge that goes over the river.
right.
And
I was on it
it's
today.
coming from by the residents and I don't know who else. So I happen to be the president of the board, and I get a ton of complaints from all the owners that we are getting ridiculous amounts of people trespassing through our property.
But are those people going to the mill site?
No, they are coming from the mill, and they are coming through River Run or other places. So they're going over the river from the mill, and they're coming through a pathway from River Run, through River West, and then through my development, and then on to Edel, and whether they go into the neighborhood or they go around the block.
Okay.
But we're getting,
So you really need to shut off your area, it sounds like, because
Well,
people are trespassing, and
yes,
that's really, it's
But-
really an answer that you've got to find, because no matter what,
right, but I went to the zoning department,
no, it's your land, you just shut it down.
Can I quote you on that?
It's your land.
Because they told me that I had to check what the verbiage on the deed.
Okay, yeah.
That tells us if we can cut it off to pedestrian
If there's
traffic.
no easement, Mrs. DeLuca's right, if there's no easement in your deed that allows pedestrian traffic to go through,
So
then
we
you-
have to find out if there is an.
yeah, because otherwise you have to live with it, because if there's an easement in your deed, then you have to let people through. But if there isn't, you don't. Full
Okay.
stop.
Ms. Alpino, can I just, the path that you're talking about, is that a paved path? Is it a,
There's a bridge that goes over from the mill, over the river, and then there's a pathway, a concrete pathway that goes up, and then it splits. So it goes, if you get to the very top, you could go right to go River Run, or you could go left to go to River West.
and does it connect to a structured path on your condo's property, or?
Yes, so there's the walkway. When you get to the split, there's a walkway that'll continue and allow the people to walk directly into River Run. And then if you go left, you can go directly into River West, right into our development.
Yep.
And that's the pathway that
So
everybody's
that's what you
taking.
have to look at. It's really, what does your deeds say. And then if your deed says you allow pedestrians to cross your property,
So then there's nothing that we can do with all this additional traffic that we're going to have.
because you have a deed that says you allow pedestrians. If you have it, maybe. If you don't, then you just don't let people through.
Okay.
That's really, it comes down to controlling what your property deed says and implementing it.
Okay. Thank you.
And she said, can I quote you on that? I'm like, oh.
Who are these people? Where are they coming from? Where are they going? Here and here. Yeah, I can't find it.
Good evening.
Hi.
My name is Karen Matronich. I reside at 351 Pemberwick Road. Matrunich. I've lived there for 14 years. I appreciate this evening's discussion by the folks from the mill management company, but I ultimately would like to refute their argument that this is a binary situation where we either accept a filled-up office building at the mill that will generate much more traffic than the existing proposed reuse, and the current situation where we have low occupancy at the mill. We have a real problem in the Glenville-Pemberwick corridor, and I think residents are here tonight of that area asking for the town to work with us and the developer to get some real solutions. So I'm just going to make a few comments and try to incorporate a lot of the thinking that's been going on here tonight. One, I think for the most part, or at least speaking for myself, I'm not necessarily opposed to development, but what I would like to see is successful development. That's successful for the developer and it's successful for the residents of the community. And I appreciate that for lack of a better terminology, I'm using the term developer, I don't mean it in a disparaging way. I appreciate that their situation as owners of the mill complex has changed over the last 10, 20, 30 years in their ability to fill that rental space at full occupancy. What I ask is that the town and the developers also consider that over that period of time, the situation for the residents of the Glenville-Pemberwick community has also changed. We've seen an increasing level of traffic and congestion, continually increasing level of traffic and congestion, to the point where it's now a safety situation. And so that's where we're asking for help. And how did we get to this situation? We didn't get to it through any one project or any one change of use. We got to this situation incrementally with various projects and changes over time. For instance, we have the revitalized Western Civic Center. That's a great thing. It's a positive use for the community. But there's a preschool there that generates traffic. The ball fields are filled during the week and on the weekends. There are weeknight activities there. There are new commercial establishments in the area, dry cleaners, the deli, the liquor store, all of these things have added to the traffic and the congestion in the community over time. There's more traffic coming in from King Street with the expansion of the Brunswick School campus there. And then our clogged and congested highways and road systems, whether it's 95 or the Merritt, make the Glenville corridor a very convenient alternative. Mm-hmm. So all of these things have led to real changes in our situation over the last long period of years. So these incremental changes add up, and they change the character of the community, they change the safety of the neighborhood, and now we're being presented with another proposal to add 69 rental units to the area. How many residents? Unclear. 100, 150, perhaps more than that. And we're comparing that to a current use with, a semi-vacant or subpar occupancy of an office space. And I think that's kind of a false choice for us. These rental units are going to be the traffic is going to be, they're residential units. They're going to be moving in the same direction as all of the other residents. So they're going to be coming at the same time everyone else is coming home from work. They're going to be leaving their community at the same time that everyone else is leaving their community. They're going to compound our situation. A traffic study based on, the statistical and theoretical use of an office occupancy versus a residential occupancy, to me, is a false choice. As a resident living there today, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Intuitively, and I'm being intellectually honest as well, I think that when you look at residents, they're going to move in a similar pattern. That's what people do. Their children are going to go to school at the same time everyone else's children go to school, and they're going to come home the same time. So I think that it is really time for the town to kind of hit the pause button on this and say, what's happening here? Do we have the right infrastructure in place? Can we find some other solutions? Yes, I'm happy that the town of Greenwich has, acquired funding for this CMAQ funding for this study. My understanding, they have a consultant hired for this traffic study. That's terrific, but we all know that's going to take years. In the meantime, we're told our intersection is so dangerous that they can't even, that the sight lines are so poor that they can't really do anything to, they can't put up a crosswalk to control pedestrian traffic. It's dangerous. It's dangerous with the school kids and the kids from the ball fields going through there. It's dangerous for anyone trying to make a left turn during peak hours. So rather than keep moving forward with a situation where, let's say at best, it's uncertain as to what the real impact of additional traffic, of the new use of the development of the mill complex will be. Let's say that at best it's uncertain. Why not take a time out, get together, one, try to brainstorm with the town, I don't care what commission it is, with the town and the residents and the developers. We all should be on the same side, the side of safety. And it is, to me, irresponsible to say there's nothing we can do today. We have to wait until the traffic study is complete. That is too long a period of time to wait when we have a situation that's just really not safe.
So you're accepting that right now, the applicant has the full right to fill all those offices, and you understand that that's what they have as an approved use right now today, and that they could have, and that does generate by every study you get. That makes more traffic. But what's bothering you, what I hear you say, is that you would like to see the town being able to move more quickly to address the issues in Glenville.
Give us some relief. Let's get together. Yes, I'd like to see the town more aggressively take interim action. I'm extremely happy to know that there's going to be a very responsible, full-scale, detailed study that I'm confident is going to yield good results. Okay. But I don't think it's going to yield those results until some years down the line, and that's where my concern is. So I appreciate that the mill owners, have every right to fill that complex up with tenants. On the other hand, I know, that's not their ideal
Katie,
solution.
So
We're not.
Hold on just a sec. So, Katie, is there anything we can do from a town perspective to ease Glenville sooner than DPW has on the?
Come to the budget meetings, and as I know a lot of people do, and promote that this is a high priority project.
But what is the project? I mean, what do we call the project?
What I would suggest is let's take that part offline, because that's not about this application right now. That's about addressing the Glenville issue itself.
I think they're connected, and that's my concern. Well, here's why I think they're connected. They're not legally connected.
Okay,
I
so
understand that.
Unfortunately, that's what we have to deal with.
Okay, but I'm a resident of this town, and as a resident, I'm asking for the town to use this as an opportunity to get some movement. It can't be to wait for the CMAQ study to conclude.
Can I offer your time to meet? And if you would meet with Katie, and if you've got people that want to come with you and have a meeting and meet with Katie and talk about what how to form an action plan to address the issue specific to Glenville, because what you're raising is a much broader thing, and that's what Katie does.
I was gonna
You know,
say-
we wrote a Glenville plan. Have you had a chance to look at that? We did a whole study of Glenville in 2015. And if you haven't had a chance to look at it, it's available on the town website.
Right. I've looked
And-
at parts of it. I'm not
So-
going to say I've read the whole plan.
A meeting with myself and Jim Michael, the deputy commissioner, and Peter Tessie, the selectman, I think is going to be most productive.
Well, that would be terrific
I can
towards.
try to organize that.
Because
If you
that's
want-
what it
if you wanna
sounds
just-
is really on the table here.
Well,
If you want to give me your email, if you want to come over here and give it to me, I can, use you as a conduit to set up that meeting with whoever you'd like to bring in from the neighborhood.
That would be terrific, with just the caveat that it's really action-oriented. I just can't stress how much we need action at that
You know what they say,
intersection.
you just stay at something long enough, you'll get it done. So, okay, all right, so you're going to set something up with Katie.
Those are my comments. I know
Okay,
other
thank you.
residents have
Do you think
additional.
this issue might be resolved before DPW completes its longer-term plans by having either a town-furnished policeman or someone that the mill might engage at 8 to 9 in the morning and 4 to 5 in the afternoon at the intersection?
I think that is one terrific idea that I've raised. I spoke with the town traffic officer and asked about, the possibility of getting a policeman during peak traffic hours so that people can safely turn left. I mean, it's frightening to try to make a turn there.
But if you look at where she lives, she's really impacted by the Civic Center.
Where the illegal parking is not enforced, so there are a
And-
lot of issues. But yes to both of yours. If the mill can provide some help with private officer, that would be terrific too.
So let's get you to give Katie your information, and hopefully you guys can move it
Thank you.
forward.
Madam Chair, if I can interrupt for 1 second. We're having an issue with the amplifier in the room, so if
Yeah.
everybody, including the
Shouts.
commission members, could just speak a little bit louder. The public's doing a good job, I'll say that. The commission
It's
could
'cause-
speak a little bit louder, and we could, hopefully everyone can hear each other, so thank you.
Hello.
Okay, good evening. My name is Jean Jackalow. I live at 351 Pembroke Road, the Hawthorne condominiums. I'm here tonight to present 43 petitions that were signed by people in the area, not just condominium Hawthorne owners, but people who live on Weaver Street, Glenville, River Run, all over the place. I've got people who have signed the 43 petitions. What we are asking is similar to what Karen, my neighbor, said, which is we would like the town to take into consideration approval of this project now, what that means for us in the whole community. I was the person who got the email that Katie is referring to back in September. This weekend, I again contacted Mr. Michael, the Deputy Commissioner of Public Works. I asked for an update. This is the update that came November 19th. The RTM did approve the agreement. The approval they granted was the first step in a number of different steps. The town first has to negotiate the scope and fee and then send to Connecticut DOT for approval. That process takes 3 to 6 months. Once that has been completed, the design process takes 2 to 3 years. Then it is bid out for construction. Once the project is bid out to bid the construction of a project, it normally is completed in 12 to 18 months. So we are 3.5 to 4.5 years away. So I understand that someone who runs a business has to have occupancy, but I want to make this clear. I also want to make clear that when I got that response, I contacted Mr. Michaels again, and I said, what can we do in the interim, okay? And he said, as the design proceeds, there may be minor recommendations. However, many items have been discussed before, cannot be implemented, because they make a situation which is more unsafe. For example, there has been a request to add a pedestrian crosswalk near the pizza place. This cannot be done as there is not adequate sight distance that will allow cars to stop for a pedestrian before intersecting the crossroads. I don't think anything could be more obvious about a treacherous intersection. I then called our chief of police, Ms. Heavey, I believe.
Yeah.
I spoke today with someone who works for him, and I requested that parking rules be enforced, that the police give us anything they can to help us in this situation. And they did discuss with me what they will be trying to do. I have also put in a call to our state representative, Libby Florin, and she is away. I intend to also contact the new person who was elected, Bergenstein or something.
Alex Bergstein.
Okay, I will do that, okay? But the point is, I think everyone here has a real responsibility to us who live there. This is a treacherous intersection. This will be really a problem. And when Mr. Schechter says this is not going to exacerbate our situation, what's the plan for the construction time? When the construction is going on, when the bulldozers are brought in, when the cranes are brought in, what is happening then? And I would just ask.
Ma'am, just so you know, they're not adding buildings. They are only converting.
No, I get they're not, but they'll still need to move some
The
ground
only
to do
time they're going to
something.
have heavy construction will be when they convert the garage units.
Okay.
The garage to
So
units,
what's
so-
the plan for that disruption?
Well, we'll
And-
ask about
and
that.
Ken, if you decide to approve this, okay, then what is going to be the responsibility of the developer to help us all through this process?
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Constance Hewitt. I'll be brief. I just had two things I just wanted to add. I was glad to hear about the information about Ban the Box, which is something that I was interested in. And just want to say that if that is not possible, even after this suggestion, which was posed today about Angela Street, if that Ban the Box is not possible, what I wonder could be looked at is when you make that left onto Glenville Street, what's happened is that's a single lane road and people are going in the opposite direction and trying to make a left.
On Angela's Drive.
Well, they're trying to make a left actually on Riversville Road. So what they do is they kind of hop over that side if no one's there, and then they get to the light and they make a left onto Riversville Road. And so the problem with people doing that is when you're coming out of the driveway and you're inching your way out, you've really got to be unbelievably slow not to get that second person on the other side going in the opposite way. One suggestion, if this Ban the Box is not available to us because of what I've heard tonight, is if we could put little sticks on that double yellow line so that people cannot drive on that line and hop over it. There's a way to wreck things. I've seen it in New York City a lot, in Stamford. There are little sticks that are bright yellow so that precludes people from hopping on that double yellow line.
So when you have the meeting with Jim Michael, that can be, so they're going to set up the meeting and everybody's going to talk and try to figure out some solutions that are easy to do.
Because that would preclude people from going in that line, and then you have to be extra careful not to get hit by that second line of traffic as you try to make a left. Because that left out of the driveway, I live at River Run, I work full-time, and I'm out there every morning making that left to get on the Merritt Parkway. That left is very difficult. So that's one thing I want to mention. The other thing I want to mention is the piece inside that Stephen Schachner addressed, where he has this bump that we would help smooth out that hard right turn near the mansion. One thing I wonder, when we first met, October 30th, when I was here, was we talked about actually reconfiguring that circular so that when you come in, everybody comes in the same way, they wrap around, and then when you exit out, everybody would wrap around that little round island piece in front of the commercial building so that everything would be one way in and one way out instead of sharing that road.
I tried that today. I drove around in a circle, and it would be a danger to the people living in that building because you'd have traffic constantly going in front of that building. So you would create, that's what I finally decided after about the 6th time I went around.
Okay, and that's good that you actually,
But what they are going to do is widen the road by cutting into that island to make it wider so the turn is easier. That's
And if-
what their consultant felt was a better answer
Okay.
to help alleviate the
tightness of that right angle turn.
Yes.
And if that right angle is tight,
And you have them on record saying that if that doesn't work, they'll keep trying stuff.
which is good. And I guess one final question is, what happens when we have snow plows? Is that type of thing something that you would then
It's going
rip
to be
out?
smooth, so he won't gouge it. It's going to be level. It's a rumble strip, and it won't gouge exactly for that reason, because the snowplows hate when you do raised bumps.
Exactly, because they can't fit.
Yeah.
So those are my 2 points I wanted to mention tonight.
Thank you.
She's still in her scrubs. She came from work.
Hello.
Hi, you have to give your name and make sure the
Sorry, I'm trying to-
recorder has it.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Bloom, Blume. Thank you for being here tonight. And although I am a PGA board member, I just want to let everyone know I'm here as a neighbor. I'm speaking on my behalf as a homeowner, a neighbor, and a taxpayer. And I live about 3/4 mile down the river from the mill, about 3 houses off the river. And although I do not directly share property lines with the development, I do share common resources, including roads, sewage, drainage, and infrastructure. And so I'm kind of taking this off of the traffic topic and talking about another very real issue that we're having in our neighborhood right now. I'm very concerned about the ability of our dams, sewers, and drainage system to handle the large multi-unit developments based on recent flooding and sewage releases by the town. On September 25th, we had a perfect storm situation in our area. The rain gauge at Comley Avenue was on the rise. The river was moving quickly. There was a full moon and high tide, all influencing the flow of the river. After checking the river on Rex Street, we were shocked to see raw sewage moving upstream in Caroline Pond. Now, I could put my video up there, but I don't think anyone would want to see that right now. We've observed actual human waste, hygiene products, until early the next morning as the tide rolled out. I was told that the sewers could not handle the rain. It was released to avoid backup into Glenville and the Glenville School. This is a serious health hazard. This is an environmental hazard. And I feel that it should be addressed before adding a greater burden to the sewage wastewater system in our area.
Excuse me, who said it was a release from Greenwich?
Someone that works in the town had told us that, who works for drainage and
We
sewers.
have it from the head of sewage that it wasn't Greenwich. There's no release point on that river.
In the Pembroke
Yes.
waste station down on Den Lane.
We followed up on this because we got the email traffic. Katie forwarded it to us today, the email traffic. And what the sewer guy, the sewer manager said to us is that right now, that even adding the 69 units, the sewer system there goes to 33 to 35% of total capacity. So he says it's running at 1/3 with the apartments. With the existing combined, the 69 apartment unit development combined with the existing sanitary sewer flow, the peak flow would be 33 to 35% full. And what they then said to us is what Mr. Fox just said, that they think it's from further upstream.
Meaning
From
Portchester?
From outside Greenwich. So the thing to do is to find out if this happens again, to try and capture where it is, because if we can't find anyone in the sewer department who can confirm that they did a release or that we even have that capability, because it's totally illegal.
Although here's right here, it is the, excuse me, a series of emails back and forth. Actually, this was going back to Dorothea Colangelo from Mr. Feminella, who's the director of the wastewater division of DPW. He states that specifically, we do not have any direct discharge from the town of Greenwich sanitary sewer into the Byram River.
And I know you've got video, but so what we're figuring is, we've got to find out, and that's what they told us today, we've got to find out where it's coming from because Greenwich doesn't have that capability, and it's not legal.
He also states
In
there's a
third world
neighboring community that borders the town of Greenwich in this area that has had sanitary sewer issues in the past.
But in 2011, the town of Greenwich was fined for dumping sewage, so how could it now not be able to do that?
Grass Island, the sewage treatment plant.
Okay, well, that would definitely be
And it
something to
was a leak,
research
as I
further.
remember. It was we didn't dump it, there was an accident at Grass Island, as I remember it. But if you can get more facts, the way you went through the system, going through the app, the Greenwich app, is a great way to pursue it. I've had great luck sending them all sorts of complaints. They don't know who you are. You just say, here's the problem, and you send them pictures.
Well, we called the day of. The police came, a lot of people were notified the actual day of, but then no one ever got back to us. So, and just recently, I believe that Mrs. Colangelo sent that letter because she forwarded it to me as well.
But we'll gladly follow up by, make sure that somebody's on it.
So that's one concern. But I think in general, the flooding, we have a study. We also have a dam that, we have a system of dams that start up at the mill and then head to, there's two of them, and there's another one behind 200 Pembroke, which also has been approved for more apartments. So, the infrastructure in this area and the drainage, 200 Pembroke just was approved for apartments.
I'm blanking on that.
At Comley.
Corner of Comley.
Oh, the conversion, sorry, yeah.
So, there's definitely a concern. I mean, we've been told in the past that there's issues with the drainage, that there's issues with the sewage. We had a sinkhole at the corner of Comley and Pembroke. We had asked about putting a sidewalk in. We said there was no way we could put in more impervious surface area because there's drainage issues and there's sewage issues. The pipe in front of my house burst 9 times before they finally came out and fixed it. So I know there's definitely issues.
There's definitely drainage issues.
Taxing the system more without trying to come up with some way to fix it would be not the best solution, I feel like. And I sort of agree with the woman who was speaking before us, Karen, that, we should work together to make the best possible situation because the neighborhood is lovely. And of course, people want to live there.
Really nice.
But people don't want to live there when the sewage is backing up or there's issues. So I think it's something that really the town, especially now that we're at a crucial point with our POCD planning, we should look at these issues and use some forward thinking to fund and correct some of this infrastructure before we add multi-unit complexes. A change in use does not necessarily equal less use than an office building. So if you're saying you have, so many people during the day using bathrooms, you've got with an apartment complex, you're having 70 to 100 toilets, showers, sinks, sprinkler systems used 24 hours a day. So there's definitely more use when you're looking at the sewage and the water waste management in the area. Recently, I had visited 2 cities that are having a lot of development, Tennessee, Nashville, and Portland, Oregon. And they're looking at some ways for the towns to support the infrastructure and to help pay for it, because obviously it's an expensive cost to the town. And so they're looking at, they're voting right now on the process of development impact fees. And these fees will be calculated by the number of new housing units on non-residential square feet added or by increased capacity needed for water flow, for wastewater flow. The ordinance also allows an annual increase based on the rate of inflation that would be calculated each year, and the fees apply to building additions or changes in use. So the calculations, in case they exceed the current estimated amounts. So the costs of repair are high. It should not be the sole responsibility of the taxpayers to foot the bill. If developers are looking to develop in the area and increase use of these resources, then they should probably be helping to assist with repairing these resources.
We'll put it on Mr. Yeski's to-do list for the POCD.
Thank you, Mr. Yeski.
Thank you, Ms. Bloom.
We brought up this exact issue several times in the development of the POCD, so we're looking into it. It's complicated, as you're just pointing out.
Yeah.
No, it's, we're aware of it.
Okay. Also, if interested, I know that you had mentioned having a meeting. We can try to put together a community meeting.
Great.
If you want us to do something like that,
Thank
we're
you.
happy to do it. Sure, thank you.
Anybody else? Well, we've covered a lot of ground, so you got to cover new ground. You know that.
Hi, I'm Mindy Chanaud, CHANAUD of Hawthorne Condominiums. And I'm here this evening not to speak about traffic, I promise, but rather just to speak about parking very briefly. Some of you have touched on it tonight, and I think it's important to note the current situation in terms of capacity, occupancy, and the future. And as one of the previous speakers mentioned, I'm not opposed to the development, but rather I think it's important that we all do it collectively, because if the development isn't a success or the problems continue in the area, the rentals won't be rented, so it will defeat the purpose. So, but I'd like to say just to please be mindful of the parking. I think currently it is 1 parking space per unit, and I'm not sure that that's realistic, and there may be additional guest parking needed. I also think that at some of the peak times, which rather than just a single hour is more like 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. weekdays, when you basically have the restaurants, you have people returning home, you have events and activities at the community center across the street. So I just think it's important to make sure that there are individual spaces so that people aren't going to be having to drive around the neighborhood looking for alternates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi. See if they can spell your name.
I'm not sure I can add very much. Vince DiMarco, DIMARCO, longtime member of the Pembroke-Glenville Association. I've lived in Pembroke for 50 years, and I've been through the Glenville area quite a lot. So I'm not sure what I'm going to add here, but I do want to say a couple of things. First of all, I think that the traffic study, we're all looking forward to the silver bullet. I don't think there's really going to be a silver bullet. I'm disappointed, really, and not only in the traffic study, but also in the Pembroke-Glenville study in one shortcoming, in that transit was not even mentioned. But transit can only be used, it would only be successful if people use it. So the people that already live there would also have to use it in order to make it worthwhile. We only have one road, or we only have one road system. Maybe we need to open up that railroad building and create the railroad that never happened. So we don't have any other way out. We live in a valley. They live in a valley. I live in a valley in Pembroke. Actually, I'm on the top of Pembroke. But so I would hope that this traffic study could be broadened a little bit. The consultants and even our traffic consultants that are used in this process, they're not just traffic consultants. They also are mindful of transportation opportunities, other transportation opportunities. There was, I'm a little bit too young, I'm 63, but I don't even remember a bus that used to run through Glenville, but there was a bus that ran through Glenville. I believe it came down from King Street, it ran all the way to Central Greenwich. So there is a precedent there. It could happen, but we all need to work together, as other people have said. I would love to see the community meeting. I think the Mill people, the Mill families should be commended. I think the commission should be commended for all the time you're giving this project. We need to keep those historic buildings. We need to keep the mill there intact. This is a wonderful way to do it, but I would hope, even after this is approved at some time in the future, but tonight or whenever it's going to be sometime in the future, is there a way for the commission to ask the developer, or for the developer to even offer to be that big part of Glenville and help in creating solutions, making it easier. If we make it easier for everybody to drive, more people are going to drive. So we really need to find some other solutions. I would love to see my community be the first community in Greenwich to do something really different, out of the box, that really helps things out. So One very small thing, and one last thing, that I put my bicycle hat on, or helmet, I suppose, in this case. There is a tool in the toolbox of the zoning commission, planning and zoning commission, of requiring one bicycle parking space per every 10 car spaces. I don't know if that's been done in this situation, but it is on the books, and I would ask that could be used. Basically, it's really for people bicycling locally, but if it was used in conjunction with a shuttle bus that runs to the train station at certain hours of the day, other people in the community can actually ride to that parking area, bicycle parking area. So let's think about those kinds of things. Every little bit helps. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just
Go
a
ahead.
question for you.
Don't go away.
If you commute, would you go to the Greenwich train station or the Portchester train
From
station?
Glenville, I think Portchester is the way to go. Particularly for people who are trying to make a right-hand turn, they should make the left-hand turn coming out of Hawthorne. And then the other ones, get up on King Street and go down. Anyway.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. We're close to wrapping this.
Good evening. My name is Janice Parker, and I live at River Run. And I am absolutely looking to see that this development create value for everyone, not just the developer. And so in the spirit of working together, I think the renderings should be changed to show that our buildings and our driveways are there. At this point, it all shows as green space. I pointed out at the last meeting, it still does. And actually, it's not green space. It's a driveway, there's a building, and there are more parking garages, and there's more development. So even within the parking area of the 1981 building, it's misrepresenting what's going on there. There are more cars, there is more driveway, there are more delivery trucks that all go to the back and have to go through that parking lot for the 1981 building. And there are there are a lot of blind corners in it, and it's very, very tight. And it's impossible to move when garbage trucks come in, when snowplows come in. But if we're going to work together, then we actually have to exist on the maps.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I think, one more person?
Hi, Catherine Oskursky. I'm also on the Pembroke Glenville Association Board. ESKIERSKI. Catherine with a C. I just want to applaud all the neighbors that have come out. The one thing that I noticed in the paper is that if we could request an extension to February 7th, 2019, it would give us an opportunity as a community.
2018?
2019.
You said 18.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, 18. February 7th, 2019. It would give us as a community to work. We've attended the POCD. We've worked closely with Katie and the commission over the years. Give us an opportunity to make something work that works well for the community as well as the town as well as the mill developers. That's it.
Okay.
Thanks.
We'll talk about it. Anybody else? Okay, Mr. Tessie.
Thank you, Commission members. And we certainly, as a team, appreciated the comments, the constructive comments that were, for the most part, articulated. They certainly demonstrated one thing in what you know, which is that there is a traffic concern that's a community concern. Not, and what we also know, it's not exacerbated. In fact, it's improved by this project proposal. It's as simple and black and white as that. So, insofar as where this application sits today.
Be polite to
Okay,
Mr. Tessie.
that's okay. I get mocked at
I know,
home,
I'm
too.
mean to you
Doesn't
too,
really
but.
matter. Okay. So, sometimes, castor oil doesn't taste good, but it's actually really good for you. So here's the point. The point is there's no reason to keep this application continued any further. We're very comfortable with our LOMAR status. We're willing to accept a condition that it is subject to the approval of our LOMAR. If it isn't, we will come back with a new application to you. So you'll get that second bite because we're so confident we're going to get an approval.
And you'll do bicycle spaces.
We're happy to accommodate Mr. DeMarco. I think I say that every application that he shows up
Yeah.
at, with the concept of a bike.
But we have a cyclist on the commission now, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, we have a black bike racks are already included.
Okay.
But if someone thinks we need more, we do have,
Just have to
particularly on
comply
the west
with
side, plenty
town regs.
plenty of
didn't
space.
look at it on the plans.
No, we do have them. We do plan.
Mr.
No,
Tessie,
Eric indicated that he would have no problem with them, and we can put them on the final plans. That's what I'm trying to say.
Mr. Tessie,
Yes.
would your applicant consider an extension as requested by the public to
No.
more?
No, we would
says
not. There's no need for it. You're talking about an issue that's going to take many, many, many months, giving some people some false emboldenment that there's, with respect to an objection to this project, when there absolutely should be none, as a matter of law, fact, and logic. We've had empty buildings for a significant amount of time. It has been a hardship. Insofar as the Schwartz and Schachter families are concerned, they have a historical record going back 50 years in this town of being nothing but good, civic-minded, quote, developers. There actually are good developers. No one's complained about how they've operated the mill at all during these years, because that's the kind of families they are. And I've been proud to represent the prior generation and my current generation, Eric and Steve, because they want to do the right thing. And the simple answer, Vince, is as they've typically done, they absolutely will act as part and parcel of the community and in the best interest of the overall community, because they see that not only as a benefit for themselves, but also as a benefit for the town that they basically so love and have proved it throughout the years. So you're dealing with good people doing a good project for a good community and for a good cause. So add it all up. This is one of those somewhat rare occasions that you can actually take a step back and see every one of your concerns, every one of the boxes you check on your site plan and special permit standards are actually met. Every one of them. And they're met in spades. And for anyone to suggest that there needs to be a holdback for further consideration of this project, then that someone really hasn't done his or her homework, I must say, on this, or listened to your own departments, whether it's the SOAR department, the engineering department, the traffic department, the wetlands agency,
Mr. Tessie, I think
the HDC, the ARC.
There's a box that's not on our applications, and it's something I think that applicants actually probably should be checking themselves, is talking to the neighborhood, talking to the community which they so love for 50 years.
Mr. Schwartz and Mr. Schachter have held public, at least, he'll tell you. Actually, he reached out to the community before this commission.
I reached out to the managing agent for Hawthorne. I reached out to River Run, the two condominiums closest to us. And when I learned of the concerns of the Glenville Pembroke Association, I reached out to Mr. DeMarco. I offered to sit and to talk. Granted, my outreach to Mr. DeMarco was a little bit later in the game than I would have liked if I had thought about it. But it's as John has said. We are good neighbors, and it's our intention to remain good neighbors.
Can I ask you one question?
Yes.
When the town finally gets around to analyzing the road, it appears from Google Earth you have a lot of space in the front to widen Glenville Road. And would you make it available so they don't have to go through condemnation to help them widen the road to help the traffic if you don't lose any FAR?
Well, the short answer is, theoretically, that seems, again, like something that could be done. I think we'd want to work with the town, Katie particularly. People are very fond of that green there.
No, I'm saying, I'm just trying to make the process more streamlined.
I think a taking in and of itself, we'd have to work that out in terms of development rights. Generally, you won't lose them if you if you have a taking situation,
Yes.
but we would be happy to explore that with the town, because we would get that that would be the only area where you could accomplish a
Because
widening.
across the street,
Yeah.
you can't. I mean, you.
No, I agree with you. We know it well, and that's a good example of working together. And we're not going to
Why
sit there
I'm-
and be greedy about it.
That's why I'm putting it.
No, I appreciate it, Mr. Fox, and I'm sure that'll be a little bit of ways down the road, no pun intended again. But all in all, I think that's the type of families you're dealing with here. They are going to work with their community. And the first thing Steve said to me when we started getting involved in this project, I want to reach out to the Hawthorne and River Run people and explain what we're doing. So that box is checked too. That's the last one. I thank you very much. And again, we request the approval this evening for all the right reasons.
So a quick question.
Yes, Mr. Harper.
We talked about the safety concerns, which
Yes.
have been voiced at both meetings on this matter.
Mhm.
And your client prepared to do anything in terms of somebody to direct traffic at peak times? I mean, that seems to be a neighbor-to-neighbor issue that,
Well, I think putting somebody up in the middle of Pembroke Road and Glenville Road is not the greatest thing to do. That's a problematic. But let me say that about that, because you're absolutely right. Who was it that asked the question about? It was Mr. Yeski who asked the question about. I forget who. My goodness, showing my age. But
there's a lot of
train. What train would you take? Right, Mr. Fox said, and you're absolutely right, because I have a number of friends actually who would do that there. And you look at the amount of traffic we're adding to that road during the mornings. It's our project basically adds, again, the new units in the morning add something like 10 or 12 cars peak hour. Some percentage of those are going to make a right-hand turn. Not all are going to make a left. Some are going to go down down Riversville Road. You're talking about a handful of cars that are really going to come out our driveway there. Now, insofar as I don't see that happening. Insofar as the driveway coming out onto Glenville Street, again in the morning, maybe the evening, I really think the best solution is the right solution, which is to create a gap there and utilize Angeles Road. And you really should look into that, because she was clearly citing there's a problem because we can't make a driveway an intersection, and we have an intersection there. And that's the better solution. I just don't think you need anybody there to do that. But we can.
A meeting like this crystallizes public opinion. And, the status quo may have been fine or acceptable, but I think there's great discouragement to have to wait 3.5 years for, DPW executed plan.
Well, to be honestly with you, I don't know what they're going to accomplish there that's really going to be significant, knowing the constrictions between those two lights. The idea of another lane may certainly help to move traffic, that traffic that's going through and traffic that would make a left onto Riversville Road. So there could be some possibilities there, but certainly it's not going to happen overnight. I agree. You have to remember, our occupancy is probably going to be 2 years away, but we would not have a problem. I'm just trying to figure out how to phrase it, being part of the solution, but to turn around and state that we should be obligated to every day provide a policeman for the amount of traffic that I see coming out of that space just doesn't seem logical to me.
But I don't think it's so much. The comments I heard were not totally based on traffic volume, but safety and the behavior of drivers who don't have someone there.
I know we always have to be. Behavior of drivers is always an issue, but I think the only behavior is a problem in that intersection certainly is a problem between Glenville Road, and Pembroke Road, I should say, Pembroke Road. I know we can't solve that problem, and we had virtually nothing to it. Glenville Street, Steve, I don't know what we can really offer, other than to cooperate with the municipality and do what we can to lobby for that Angelus intersection to be the impetus to create that gap. And we're happy to work with Katie on that, and we're happy to say that we're happy to work with the commission and the DPW with regard to a possible additional lane going in. But that's as much as we can do. I'm done. No, I want it to be done. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much for all your time.
Close? No, he's not seated. Close?
Yes.
You're not seated. Oh, you're seated?
I thought we
I'm
were going
sorry.
to wait to hear about the block the box.
Well, that is, I mean, she.
That's the broader traffic issue, though.
Yeah, but that's one of the major issues here.
But that can be done regardless of this project or not. I mean, that's not
Yeah, but it
dependent on it.
impacts this project.
Yeah, but see, I think it's a thing, Mr. Tessie brought up an interesting fact that Angelus is directly across the street as a street from the driveway. If it's something that Mrs. Evans actually can consider, and maybe would help actually that particular driveway and intersection. And I'm not too sure if we can, if we can.
But let me put it to you differently, you guys. So you're saying if they didn't do a block the box, you wouldn't approve it? I mean, that's why are you holding it open for the block the box?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
I'd just like to know that solution would help a lot in addressing everyone's concerns. If it can't be done, it can't be done. Then we make our own decision based on everything else.
But that could be pursued outside of this
That's
application.
what I think, that it could be pursued outside of this
Seems to me.
application.
Not part of that.
Because it's not part of the application. I think, but if you want to leave it open, you know what what we do. One person wants to leave it open, and I'm hearing that you want to leave it open as well?
Actually, it's interesting, because actually, the more I think about this, of actually putting a block the box there, you'll have a traffic light, you'll have a gap in the there, you have another traffic light and a third traffic light, so it might even be worse. This block of box would only actually benefit people going in and out of the site.
Right. That's
So.
So what do you want to do?
I think there might be opportunity to have more dialogue with the neighbors. Mr. Schachter said he's reached out, so I'm not too sure how much more dialogue can we have with the neighbors. I think we've heard their concerns, so although I probably don't want to close it, maybe we should just do that so we can actually get to a point to do something with this.
So
We have until next, 2 weeks.
we have till the 4th, to close it. So,
If there's any concerns,
so if somebody wants to leave it open for now and keep thinking about it and request, but it would be requesting more information. So it's Dennis who's seated on this, Mr. Secretary?
Yes.
Okay, so Dennis, you would like to leave this open?
Yes.
Okay, and you want to close it, but, I mean, we've got one person who wants to leave it open.
what information are we seeking? I wasn't sure.
Sorry, that's what happens. They really put you on the hot spot when you're
No, I
seated.
don't mind. I'm just, I think I said it, but I'll say it again. I think it would help us deal with the concerns we've heard about the traffic situation, whether that block the box works or not. If it doesn't work, we're no worse off. We're still in the same decisions, have the same data at this point in time, and we have the time.
Okay, all right.
Open.
All right,
Do
so
we have any idea of how long it will take to get some kind of response and some kind of analysis of whether it's a viable idea?
Yeah, I mean.
Not yes or no, but if it's a viable idea.
Right, well, Jim Michael's really the person to speak with on this, and speak to them tomorrow, early next week. I mean.
Way before the 4th.
Yeah.
Okay. Done. Okay. So do I have any takers on a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Sorry, so we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we're going to leave this item open until the December 4th meeting. Darn. I either forget the public comment or the, folks, Mr. Borsuk? Okay. The next application is the proposed text amendments for the waterfront business zone. Ms. DeLuca, would you like to take us through that?
Yes, I'm just going to do a quick recap, if that's okay, because this is the second time that we're hearing this now. The story starts in 2007, 2008, when we were preparing the current plan of conservation and development. And there were several action items that were mentioned in the plan. One was to action in 1.4, adopt the public access design standards in the waterfront access planning and zoning, planning and design study. 1.5, continue to expand opportunities for water-dependent land use activities and public access points along coastal areas, and to continue to protect water-dependent and water-related land use activities, consider modifying the WB zoning designation into 3 areas, River Road, Steamboat Road, and Byram. And we met, started this process of looking at that in 2015. We invited all of the property owners in the WB zone to come and tell us what they thought. We then used that input to get a consultant on board. We had our first public workshop with that consultant in 2016. We studied it extensively with them at that time, going on boat rides, having public workshops, and we then crafted a regulation, sent the regulation forward. This is in December of 2017. At that time, we had a comment back from the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection that found what we were proposing to do to be in conflict with the flood zone issues. What we proposed, generally speaking, was to create the 3 zones as recommended in the plan, and to allow what we have now, which are use group 7A uses, which are water-dependent uses, use group 7B uses, or water-related uses, and we proposed adding a 3rd use group 7C, which are not those things, things like office, residential, retail, food, farm stands, and the residential was what set them off because of the flood zone issues, given that the waterfront business zone does have a flood zone. So we withdrew the proposal at that time, and we've now revised it. What I presented to you in August was the revision. We changed that one section that they had a problem with, and how we changed it was to say that the residential buildings and access to the road and the road itself had to be above the flood zone, and they have now commented back that they find it to be consistent with the state statutes, and they are commended the work that we've done to foster water-dependent uses. And the other big change was to define public access as a 7A water-dependent use, which is something that the state also does. And pursuant to the town charter, section 7A-4, the Harbor Management Commission has a right to review and make recommendations to the commission. So after the August meeting, they allowed me to speak before their board at, I think it was a September meeting. I had done that, and I thought they had some very good suggestions and some very good comments, primarily having to do with the concern that if you have a public access walkway, which is a requirement if one asks the commission for one of these 7C uses, that the concern was that you could end up with offices and residential, et cetera, in exchange for just a public access walkway, and that they didn't feel was enough, and was significant potential reduction of the water-dependent uses. So what you now have before you is revised regulation that says if you are going to do one of those 7C uses, you also have to have an additional 7A, which is the water-dependent use, in addition to the public access walkway. So I think that was a very positive change. We've also reduced the parking requirement for boat slips down to 0.75. The regulation as it reads now requires 1.5 parking spaces per boat slip. The original proposal was to reduce it down to 1 parking space, and now it's down to 0.75. The idea behind that is that when you have these competing uses on a property, you don't want someone to start taking away boat slips in order to have enough parking for some upland uses. So this will help with that, so that parking demand is less. Also, the requirement to go before the commission for one of these 7C uses is for a special permit. So the commission has the discretion, and the standards note that the site needs to have this water-dependent component to it, and that needs to be of significance. And the other piece from the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection that came in was a letter, I guess you want to call it that, that they had prepared that relates to the water-dependent use policies in the Connecticut Coastal Management Act, and they refer to the DeBerardinis versus the City of Norwalk case. The point of them providing that to us was about public access and the control that the commission does have. So not every site will be appropriate for public access. There could be topographic issues, there could be issues with cranes and things that get in the way, and we've accounted for that in our regulation also. So I think those are the primary changes that were made since August. So unless you wanted me to go into further detail, which I certainly can do, that's basically where we are right now. We do have the comment, like I said, from DEEP. We have the comment from WestCog, the regional planning agency, and you saw the comments that have come in from the Harbor Management Commission, which I see there's members here that probably want to speak to it themselves. But they have found at their last meeting that they still do not find, even despite the changes that we've made, that the proposed amendments are consistent with the harbor management plan, because of the concern that they will diminish the existing water-dependent uses and further water development opportunities. So I think, if I could just speak to that quickly, I think that what you're being asked to do here is review the waterfront business zone based on comments that were made by the public to you and to the RTM, who, through the adoption of the POCD, said, yes, please go and study this. It's been a long study period, and you've heard a lot of public comment on that throughout that study period. And I think that the proposal does, in fact, promote water-dependent uses. There's areas where there's a lot of non-conforming uses here, and with the reduction of the requirement for the boat slip and with the desire to bring people down to the water, I think that, and the requirement that you have a water-dependent use as the number one, and that needs to be on the property before you'll even entertain any of these other uses. I think there's a balance there. That's really the question that you're being asked to consider, is that balance point.
Commissioners?
I think we've all really kind of read it, seen it, worked with staff on the revisions. I think if public comment, or if there's any thoughts from the public, and then we can finish up.
Anybody else got comments before we? Mr. Hardman? Mr. Levy?
No.
Mr. Yeski?
No.
Mr. Fox?
No.
Okay, then we'll open it up for public comment. I think he stood up first, if you would.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Angelillo, Angiolillo. I am the chairman of the Harbor Management Commission, and thank you for the opportunity to address your commission this evening. With me is Frank Mazza, my predecessor as chair. So between the two of us, we've led this commission since its inception in 2014. Let me just not repeat my letter on behalf of the commission of the 18th, which I believe you all have seen and received. But I'd like to just put a finer point on some of the comments that Katie DeLuca made as an introduction this evening, which I thought were helpful, but again, a finer point. She refers to a process that relates back to the 2007-8 time period. Something fundamentally changed in 2013 in September, and that was the act of the RTM which created this commission pursuant to state statute, which then transferred the focus of the town's efforts with respect to its waterfront to us. So in that regard, please bear in mind that we were charged with and then spent 4 years building a town-wide consensus on how Greenwich should manage and protect and plan for the future of the Greenwich Harbors area, which includes its shoreline. As part of that process, specific focus was made, and we worked with your commission through Katie to build a consensus that resulted in specific findings and policies as to where our community was as of this day, virtually this day, 1 year ago, with respect to the WB zone. And what the consensus of the community was at that time, and the RTM thereafter so acted after approval by the state, by virtual unanimity. I think there were 3 nays, that the policies that are embodied in the plan are the best evidence of what the town believes at the present time about WB zoning, and the conclusion was to protect it. Now, given that's where we're at, and pursuant to state statute, as Katie alluded to, we are asked, with respect to proposed land use changes that affect the waterfront, to express an opinion as to whether we believe that these proposed changes are consistent or inconsistent with the plan. We first met as a commission in a special meeting with Katie and Patrick on December the 10th last year with the first draft of the proposed changes, and held a special meeting and expressed our grave reservations at that time, as reflected in our minutes, that this was not going the right direction. We did not hear then from the commission until August, or around Labor Day, when we got a new draft of proposed changes, which were substantially the same. And we have now very recently received the third draft, which you're being asked to act on. We then had a special meeting on October the 10th with Katie to talk through our continuing concerns. And fundamentally, while it appears to be some line edits and some expansion of coverage, it is a fundamental change in the philosophy behind the business zone. And that fundamental change is flatly contradictory to the harbor management plan and the policies that are expressed therein, as I set forth in the letter. So we met last week on Wednesday to take up, at Ms. DeLuca's request, in order to express that view, or to resolve to express a view one way or the other in advance of tonight. And so we met last week, and it was unanimous that we found that these proposed changes are inconsistent. Now, I don't wish to belabor, it's late, and I don't wish to belabor, but I wish to point out one provision which encapsulates what's so fundamentally wrong with this draft. Because what's being asked of you tonight is to, by this action, to overrule the consensus of the town that's expressed in the Harbor Management Plan, which was approved a year ago by the RTM. And for you to take that step is extremely radical. And as Katie indicated, by state statute, because this affects waterfront property within our jurisdiction, it requires a supermajority of this commission to so act, which in this case would be 4 out of 5 votes. Now, if I could direct your attention to 6-107, which is the Statement of Policy and Purposes, and if you don't have it in front of you, the most critical provision in this set of zoning is the definition in 4 that is the key to the entire WB zone, which is, and I'm going to read, to assure that these limited waterfront areas are reserved for the uses they are uniquely suited for and are not preempted by uses which can be more appropriately located elsewhere. That's the WB zone. That's the whole purpose of the WB zone. I'm not here to say 31 years ago that the town, in deciding to do that they were immensely wise or was the perfect formulation, but that's the essence of it. And what I didn't hear in the presentation tonight, and I don't believe was presented in August, is that that's the language that gets struck. That's what's gone. If you do this, and it's within your power to take a vote tonight, if you do this, you have changed the WB zone. Not expanded it to expand it in a sense to foster pedestrian walkways. What it is it's once you take that out, then any lawyer or developer worth his or her salt will come in and say, I can build multifamily, I can build some offices, I'll have a couple of boat slips and a pedestrian walkway, and I fit this WB zone. And maybe not tomorrow, maybe not the next day, but what you will have decided is that in the next generation who appears before you, it will be all condos and it will be all offices. Now, that may be what the town wants, but it's not what the town expressed community-wide when we went through the process of developing the Harbor Management Plan. And so where we are at this point, respectfully, is one commission, a much younger commission and a much narrower bandwidth than yours. But respectfully, we have resolved that we find it inconsistent, pursuant to the state statute that governs us, as also adopted in 7A, which is the local ordinance that created us. Where we are unable to find that the proposal is consistent and we find it inconsistent, then we for you to act will require a supermajority, and we find that we hope that this is not a step that you will take.
I believe Katie has shared with you the comments we got back from the state.
Yes.
Could you say something about that? Because you're saying it's inconsistent with the state statute, but the state has been supportive in their comments of these changes. We've worked with them. Katie has been working with them.
Sure.
Could you comment on that?
Ms. Albin, it's two different things. What the state has reviewed is whether or not the proposed changes violate state law. Because the state law, the Connecticut Coastal Management Act, sets a floor for what you can and cannot do. Doesn't set the ceiling. Our existing WB zone regulations do more than the minimum. And so respectfully, while it's interesting and helpful and good to know that these proposed changes don't violate state law, they don't speak to the issue as to whether or not these changes violate the harbor management, the harbor management plan of the town, or whether they make any good sense to do at all.
And your concern, your primary concern is that what these regulations will accomplish is that we would lose the water-dependent uses other than the walkways, than the public access, that we would lose them entirely. Is that your concern? Did I capture that?
Yes, but I wish to be more modest. I do not stand here today to tell you whether we should have a WB zone or what it should look like. What I am standing here now as chair of a commission is that I'm saying that the town, the community, in the process of developing the harbor management plan, which was then adopted by the RTM, says that what these proposed regulations do is inconsistent and violate the plan. Now,
Except
taking...
I just want to take...
Sure, Mr. Fox.
On page 4-4, your plan specifically says we're evaluating changes to this zone.
Yes, but...
And so you said we're doing it, so how could we be in conflict with your plan? It said currently in 2016, Planning and Zoning Commission is evaluating the WB zone, and modification of some zoning requirements may be appropriate to ensure continuation of a viable water-dependent land use consistent with the plan, the POCD, and the coastal CCMA. Then, so you, in your plan...
I'm not sure I'm following you, Mr. Fox.
You're,
I'm not here to suggest that,
you
that
just
it's not...
said that this regulation is in conflict of your plan.
The proposed changes is in conflict with the plan. The process of reviewing and proposing is absolutely your prerogative. And that exercise, as our plan indicates, is exactly what you should do.
Okay, so
what we're saying is...
Direct me where specifically, because I didn't see it in your letter, where we're in conflict of this, your harbor management plan. Just sure. What page and...
Sure. If you take a look at the letter...
I just closed it.
We can start on the first page where I quote from the existing regulations, which are harbor management plan.
Right, but your plan said we're going to modify those. We've been in discussion, so I'm saying specifically what line items are we in conflict with your plan? Because the existing regulations, you knew when you write this, we were considering modifying.
Right, and the plan sets forth that the current WB zone, with its definition, which is proposed to be struck with respect to reserving in the WB zone for those activities that can't be located elsewhere upland, the removal of that violates the plan.
May I just jump in just quickly here? So I think there is a fundamental conflict here, because I actually, with all due respect, Mr. Chair, wholeheartedly disagree with your initial premise, which is because, and this is something that we grappled with when the plan was being written, because I don't believe that you have any jurisdiction whatsoever over the land side of that. You have absolute jurisdiction over the harbor. And just to quote what the RTM gave you as jurisdiction is under Section 7A-3 of the Charter. It states, the Greenwich Harbor Management Commission shall have jurisdiction within and over all navigable waters as defined by the Connecticut General Statutes and intertidal areas below the mean high water line of the shoreline of Greenwich and with the territorial limits of Greenwich. So your jurisdiction is over the waters, not over the land. So we grappled with this initially, and you could argue, and what we discussed, just to take it to the extreme when the plan was being written, that something happening up on Clabbered Ridge Road, any drainage impact of that goes into the waters and then goes into the harbor, and therefore you should be reviewing something up on Clabbered Ridge Road, which was not at all the intention of the harbor management plan. So I think it's very, very important. I have to say, I think it's been incredibly useful to have the comments of the Harbor Management Commission to say, what are the impacts of this land use decision on the harbor, which you do have jurisdiction over. So from that standpoint, the process is correct, that it is appropriate to get the review and the recommendation of the Harbor Management Commission. And I think that your comments are wholly appropriate, and that your desire as a commission, correctly so, is to have as much boat action and activity on the water, and that is what is noted as part of the plan. And I think your comments are along those lines. However, having said that, the commission's charge is to look at the land side of things and where the appropriate balance is on the land with things like use, things like flood zones, things like the water-dependent versus non-dependent uses with the public access way, making sure that adjustments are made, which we have done, because we are saying it's not just a public access way, even though that is defined both at the state level and is proposed now at the local level to be a water-dependent use, but to change that and say, in addition to things like marinas and boat clubs, which have to be in there. And since I'm on a roll here, I might as well just address your second comment, if I may, which is the section of the revised language in the purpose statement that was eliminated, because the full sentence reads, capitalize on the waterfront's unique attributes as a recreational resource accessible either through publicly owned land or commercial water-dependent establishments. That part of the sentence is to remain, which is what we do want to do, capitalize on the waterfront's unique attributes. This section was eliminated because it would now be in conflict with the other sections, and to assure that these limited waterfront areas are reserved for the uses they're uniquely suited for and are not preempted by uses which can be more appropriately located elsewhere. Obviously, having an office or a residential which can be located elsewhere would, if the commission approved that, would now be in conflict with this area. So what we did was create a new language elsewhere in the regulation that says you have to have the water-dependent use, the public access way, if you want to have these other things. So that was why that section was eliminated.
Thank you. Let me just do it in reverse order. There is no reasonable explanation for this striking of the language that I read earlier. It says to assure that these limited waterfront areas are reserved for uses they are uniquely suited for and are not preempted by uses which can be more appropriately located elsewhere. There can be no reasonable explanation for why that's being dropped other than taking the essence out of the WB zone protection. It doesn't serve any other purpose. It's not inconsistent with any other language in the regs. It's just changing fundamentally the zone. And if that's what you want to do, then let's just be straight up and acknowledge that's what we're doing. That language, by staying there without being struck, isn't inconsistent with anything else. It's the fundamental purpose for the WB zone. Now, with respect to the jurisdiction of our commission, we do not have control over land use, and that's a straw man. I'm not standing here saying that the Harbor Management Commission can dictate to you what you should do about zoning. What the state statute that controls us provides in section 22A-113-113P, it requires, with respect to any proposal affecting the real property on, in, or contiguous to the harbor must come to us for us to express an opinion as to whether it's consistent or inconsistent with the plan. You can decide whatever you want to do. However, the state legislature has said that if it relates to a proposal affecting real property on, in, or contiguous to the harbor, that we get to express an opinion, and if we don't support it, then more than a simple majority is required for you to take action. We don't do zoning. We do not tell you what to do, and we cannot overrule you. All we can do is express, as the state legislature's provided, a view. That's all we're doing, and please, if I said anything that might in any way intimate to the contrary, that's not the case.
I was trying to understand, and I think I finally have it, your key concern. I'm just going to say it back to you because when I asked you, you said something else. I still don't really, what you're concerned about is the impact on the waterfront because you think that this is going to stop having boating uses, marina uses, and that it will become all multifamily, some other non-water dependent use completely. Is that the primary concern that your commission has?
Yes, and I don't.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood what the concern was.
And lest there be any misimpression here, Ms. DeLuca has been a pleasure to work with.
Yeah, everybody always says that.
And likewise, please, likewise. I mean,
we've been
yes.
through a lot together on this. Likewise. Okay, we've been through a lot together. But here's, and we're not here to draft.
Even when she thinks she's yelling at you, right?
Yeah, or when I'm yelling at her. But here's now I'm going a little bit outside of, but please bear with me for 1 second. I just don't think you can change these regs by doing some edits. I think to get to where I think those of goodwill are trying to get to is to provide a framework so that there's some areas along the waterfront in this town that are deserving of redevelopment, and how to do that without keeping people in a straitjacket with an unreasonably strict WB zone. Unfortunately, this draft doesn't do it. The way this draft turned out, particularly with the language struck, basically makes it almost porous in our judgment. We think that there could be a way, and we've discussed it, and it just takes a little more work, I think, is that you take, there is a method of taking underutilized portions of property that's not essential to a waterfront, traditional waterfront business use, and then provide the opportunity to add something secondary that maybe is a restaurant or maybe is some office space. But this draft doesn't do that. This draft basically allows people to just run right through it. And we are mindful that, for example, the one area that's crying out for some rehabilitation is Byram. But this doesn't point the way. It just kind of, we'll have more like 72 South Water Street, if I'm remembering the number right, where you get apartments.
You're not going to be able to do apartments in Byram because,
or offices,
let me just stop you for a sec, because what Deep came back to us and said,
I remember that.
right, so you can't, because it has to be above the ground and your egress has to be above BFE, so you're not going to be able to do more residential in Byram unless, because you can't do the egress, right, Katie? Okay.
Well, not for the most of it. There are some areas that you can.
And, okay, but, so you're thinking, you don't disagree with where we're going on this, but you think it has too many loopholes in it right now.
Can I make a suggestion on the language in the purpose statement, just to come back to something specific quickly? The reason that it's deleted is a concern that there's a legal conflict if the commission does approve one of these 7C uses. So the language, since it's existing, could easily be retained in the language. You would just, not approve the deletion of that language. But to clarify, what if it said, and to assure that those limited waterfront areas are reserved for the uses that are uniquely suited for and are not wholly preempted by uses which can be more appropriately located other, because what that would say to me is that you cannot have all residential, all office, all one of these 7C uses. You have to have something that is, that has these limited, has waterfront, has uses that are uniquely suited for the waterfront. So in other words, I don't think that then it would have a conflict. And
Okay,
I think
so-
that language would then, for the most part, be retained, other than just adding that one word.
So how about this? Can we get everybody's comments then and see if we need to, it sounds like Katie's thinking you guys could come to a meeting of the minds on wording?
I don't know if that would be enough, but it's at least the language would be retained.
You're looking
And I don't
dubious.
believe that it would be legally in conflict if that word was added. Just a thought.
Well, let's hear what other people say and then, okay.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Angelo.
Yes.
Mr. McRae.
I think one of the things that we, maybe not the other the members, but I remember when the WB zone was instituted as a result of Steamboat Row being overbuilt. What I'm finding is that we're here at,
I didn't know.
we're here at the far end of that, saying what we did back then now has created a kind of a stagnant waterfront. As you mentioned, Byram's a mess.
They're
Cos
sitting
Cob-
here, don't hurt their feelings.
No. Cos Cob was developed with struggle. Steamboat Road's gone. That's not going to be, unless you actually start tearing stuff down, it's not going to come back again. I think actually maintaining that strict WB zone where it's got to be water dependent, I think actually strangles our waterfront. And it actually becomes water dependent as opposed to, instead of just water dependent, we lose that water enjoyment. And I would think actually that the property owners themselves, yes, have ideas for what they want to do. They own the property, that yes, I'm sure they want to, make sure that their development or whatever is going to happen there actually takes advantage of the water. But also you have to remember, it's going to come back to us. And if somebody comes back in and really, we're looking at a site plan that says, turns its back on the water or doesn't do anything, about the water, we'll know about it and we'll be able to address that. And I think actually the Harbor Management Committee, and I think you actually kind of stated this, you're giving us opinion, just akin to HDC, ARC, that kind of thing. I would think that actually if a development came in under the new regulation, we would want your opinion on that. But I think actually it's up to us because we have the tools to say, yes, what's going on the land and how does it benefit the town? And are we, as part of that proposal, are we really going to lose the waterfront? Or are we going to make the waterfront better, say down in Byram?
Look, you've articulated much better than I what the fundamental issue is, which is, you're probably looking at me and sort of saying, here's this guy who comes up and he's just being really rigid. He's just being really rigid. And that's not what we as a commission are trying to say. We just think that where this draft is at doesn't work.
That we're letting the baby out with the bathwater, if you will.
I think that's,
Okay, so what you're saying, what I
disagree.
heard,
But I
but
mean,
wait, but I
there-
think that's what he's saying. He's saying, his point is that the way we've written it, we're leaving too much opening. He recognizes the need to, just stop me if I'm paraphrasing you badly, recognizes the need to revise the uses, but maybe feels that the language should be tighter to support water-based.
You're a little bit farther along than I am. Let me just sort of say that we are absolutely open to trying to look at how to maximize the enjoyment of the waterfront and not be so rigid that nothing can possibly get
Okay,
developed.
but where I disagreed a great deal with your letter was when you said, for example, eliminating property taxes, because that says,
That's
boom.
no, please. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Okay, so that says, or reducing property or some sort of, because that says you're not doing highest and best use, and what we're paid to do is to find the highest and best use. And if you have to subsidize the waterfront business zone to help it survive, then you're doing something wrong. And that's where I struggled with the letter from your commission, was that it sounded like you were looking for subsidies, and I would disagree with that.
Well,
But we should probably let other people talk, and we'll come back to it.
It's almost irresistible. This is a
Yeah.
reflection of some waterfront property owners in Byram who basically said that the assessed valuation on their property is higher than their current resale value. So that seems to be a mismatch to us.
But the amount of money it's going to get them back isn't going to make their properties
Thank you.
viable.
Mr. Angelo,
Okay.
actually, before you step away.
I
4
know you
steps
care
away.
deeply about Byram.
You actually said something about how the regulation
We got a
points
fire
the way.
under Mac right here.
And I think actually, to me, I think what we're looking at is we need to open the door first. And I think what we're trying to do here is open that door so we can go and lead the way and point the way. But right now, we can't get out the door. And there's nothing that's going to change. It's going to kind of stay stagnant. So, but I think if we just open the door, we can go in the right direction.
Yeah, but I think you got to know where you want to go. And in Byram, for example, why don't we have some kind of a plan of how we'd like to redevelop it, and then match it with property owners and developers, and then sort of say, yeah, it would make sense to have a restaurant there. Yeah, makes sense. Right now, it's just like open the door, and you don't know where it's going to end up. And that's what scares us.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you, members of the commission. My name is Carolyn Wiener, and it's Wiener. I'm the secretary for the Indian Harbor Association and in Indian Harbor District, and we are adjoining, so I'm speaking only to Steamboat Road. And our concern about Steamboat Road, and if maybe you would agree with us from the recent comments, is that, it's a developed area, and we would like it not to be included in any changes in the WB zoning. Right now, it's a dead end. There's not very much street parking, but our primary concern is noise. I don't know if you know, living along the water, how sound carries over the water. From inside my house in Indian Harbor, I could hear the fireworks from Rye Playland every Friday night. I mean, it comes right across. And any kind of outdoor, so anything that's outside loud noises at night, kids won't be able to sleep at night. It will affect not just Indian Harbor, but it'll affect Field Point Road in Belhaven across the way. And right now, Indian Harbor is south of the Delamar is primarily residential. There are 2 office buildings, but they're totally quiet neighbors. And, with new townhouses have just gone up along along Steamboat Road where Monero's was. It's not an area that's in need of help, I don't think. And it's anything that you did that would allow noise in that area would affect some of the more quiet and residential areas along the coast in Indian Harbor and Belhaven and Field Point Circle and all around up and down Steamboat Road, and would be very, very disruptive. So we would ask that if you're going to make these changes, that you not change the regulations as respect to Steamboat Road specifically.
You were saying Indian Harbor Yacht Club or just, no? Okay, yeah, because it does, most of Steamboat on the residential side. Because that's.
Our district, you go off Steamboat up Oneida, and our entrance is off Oneida Drive and Indian Harbor Drive, so we're a little bit inland. But we can hear anything if there were outdoor dining or loud outdoor activities on Steamboat Road. They would affect. We would hear it. The people across at Steamboat and Field Point Circle and Belhaven would hear it. I mean, sound on the water it just
travels.
Amplifies and
Yeah.
travels.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I would have printed this out, but my printer didn't work. Rosie Solano, Solano. Pertains to, my comments will be pertaining to the WB1 zone, the Byram River. Thank you for allowing me to address the board tonight, especially since I've come late to participate in this process. And from my understanding, the process has been a very long one, at least 31 years from the first environmental study was conducted. To that point, I've attempted to bring myself up to speed, so I've reviewed the Connecticut Coastal Management Act thoroughly. I've researched the local climate and flood predictions and read through all the minutes and the comments concerning the zoning changes to the Byram River. As a Byram River waterfront property owner, my husband and I have a significant interest in the harbor management plan for the WB zone along the Byram River. After reviewing the plans, charters, flood studies, and amendment of proposals, I've come to the conclusion that this really boils down to balance. It's the balance between conservation and development, the balance between the historic preservation and progress, and the balance between public and private uses. Most important to us tonight is how you determine, your determination on the proposed WB zone will have a significant impact on us. I want to strongly convey that addressing the viability and sustainability of our water-dependent business is a major consideration for us. Watching my husband for the last 27 years working on the Byram River is getting more difficult economically. Ebb Tide Boat Marina has maxed out its marine capability. Its lot configuration, the nature of running a seasonal business, its failing bulkhead is making it difficult to thrive economically. An extraordinary effort to sustain its viability really rests on determining additional uses for the property. I believe we can be conservative as well as progressive at the same time, with working in partnership in developing the riverfront, using smart development and the best building practices we have an opportunity for economic sustainability. I believe we all agree that Byram is ripe for rezoning and development, since the Byram River is inherently different from Smith's Cove, Greenwich Harbor, Indian Harbor, Cos Cob. It doesn't have the vistas or the scene like the others. So the question really is, how will development or lack thereof impact us being the property owners, and the public, the community, both environmentally and economically? I don't know why this went off, but it's not working. Can you hear me all? I'll try to talk up.
Can you hear me? No. Maybe we'll switch.
We appreciate Greenwich conducting an environmental impact statement and a forum for public comment. My husband and I really appreciate the stewardness of the Harbor Management Commission, and especially the work by Katie DeLuca and her staff in helping shape the possibilities of the Byram River waterfront. I understand the purpose of the town zoning regulation is to regulate the type and site of development in the business zoned waterfront properties in order to implement the goals of the Coastal Management Act. And according to the Connecticut Coastal Management Act, its highest priority is to assure that limited waterfront areas are reserved for the uses they are uniquely suited for. I'm sure, Bruce, you like that statement. However, I would also like to emphasize that according to Chapter 444, Section 228-92 of that same Coastal Management Act, the state legislature says their number one goal and policy is also to ensure that development proceeds in a manner consistent with the rights of property owners and the capability of land and water resources to support development without significantly disrupting sound economic growth. Let me repeat that development proceeds in a manner consistent with the rights of a private property owner and the capability of the land and resources support development without disrupting sound economic development. To that point, I am aware of Greenwich Harbor's management's plan established a policy and a framework to guide the town's action, including a case-by-case decision-making by the Harbor Management Commission, and that this framework is flexible and will require modification over time in response to changing conditions. We can be honest, conditions have changed since the start of this process 31 years ago, and according to the data, there has been a steady decline in recreation and boating since the 1990s. Not only is recreation boating declining, so is the depth to navigate along the Byram River. So here we are at a critical time for us in the town to respond to and resolve conflicts between competing uses along the Byram River. We are acutely aware of the balance required for future development accommodate the recreation, commercial, and residential uses along the river. We also recognize and accept that public access is a water-dependent use as per the state statute. However, we want the town to recognize that they also have to consider that property owners like us can sustain an economic viable business within the WB zone. I can't stress enough tonight that both sufficient infrastructure and development incentives are necessary to create sustainability for our land and business. Ebb-Tide Marine has already maxed their water-dependent use, and we feel priority should be given to property owners like us who can balance the needs of the community by providing water-dependent use and public access, and also be giving the opportunity for economic growth. To be blunt, for us to have any significant economic growth, we need to develop our upland. And since the agencies, state, federal, and town will decide on what they envision is the overriding determination and priority, I'm hopeful that the town will seriously consider that their decisions will determine our fate and will influence the direction on how we can be economically sustainable today and in the future. Therefore, my husband and I ask for your support and consideration in making the necessary modifications to satisfy and balance both the community as well as our individual needs and approve the proposed WB1 zone for Byram. We realize for some, these zoning changes seem like they will interfere with retaining water-dependent use, but I see them as opportunities for broader use. I believe we can use smart growth principles and work in partnership with the community, the town, the state, to determine how best to preserve the unique characteristics of Byram while achieving economic sustainability and progress. Business owners, residents, and the town will have to balance out the needs of each, make compromises, and eventually make the decision on what kind of development will be appropriate. In a sense, we have to be predictable, as if we hold a crystal ball, as we have to plan for the future. We all agree Byram is underutilized and is ripe for development. The question is, what will that development look like? I believe we can preserve the water-dependent use and develop the land simultaneously and satisfy the historic preservation while making sustainable progress possible and finding the best use for our land. Thank you.
Tav Passarelli, P-A-S-S-A-R-E-L-L-I. There's not much more I need to say. She just said it all. The only thing I'd just like to add to it is that I've been in this industry for 45 years on the Byram River and past 27 years at the location in Byram. Unfortunately, our Village of Portchester locations were taken for the development of Costco. She mentioned everything that's true about the hardship of owning a small marina like we do, seasonal, weather dependent. You know, the economy goes down. You know, last thing people do is start boating. Some of the issues that the Harbor Commission management spoke about was the tax assessment. I'm basically marking my property on the tax assessment of what the town is, you know, assessed it at, but my business and that is lopsided. I've mentioned this to this commission before. I think by changing the WB1 or the WB to what's being described out to each location, I'm in strongly favor of, because it allows that balance to say if someone buys my business, at the same time they have the option to do some of those, a restaurant, fruit establishment, seasonal farm stands, multi-dwellings. So it kind of gives the value that I'm looking for. My family and I are near our retirement stage. Our children are not coming into this business. And if it's stuck as it is, just an operating marina, I'm pigeonholed to what I could sell it for. And that wouldn't be fair. You know, after all I've invested into that property and the business and the time, and, you know, I got scars to show for it, and there's a couple other guys back here who know what I'm talking about. So I would hope that the decision is in favor of modifying the WB for all. And like my wife said, I think it could dovetail with everybody's needs. Thank you.
How you doing? Sheldon Kahn, K-A-H-A-N. How you doing? It's nice to see you all again. So I'm Shelley Kahn. I own Interstate Lumber, 184 South Water Street and 60 South Water Street in Byram. The family's been there since 1922, going on 97 years now, along the Byram River. I appreciate working with Katie and coming before this staff. A lot of people in this room and a lot of consultants have put a lot of time into the whole WB zone and what it means. And in life, and things change, and things evolve. And it's important, I think, from a planning point of view, to adapt or change with those times, okay? Now, I could stay as a lumberyard. I'm legally non-conforming. And that's kind of like my plan. My kids might come into it. One, my son's already in, my daughter might come. So we'll always be a lumberyard. Okay, I've been there a long time. But you never know in life. And as Mr. Macri pointed out, if in the event the kids leave, they don't like it, and we want to do something else, it's nice to have that option. But we have to come before this group. They got to go to you, you got to go to them. And it's just not anything goes. I get it. But at least a door does open. And we won't wander aimlessly. It just opens a door, which never could be opened. And your group will have a say. Everyone has to have a say. But we come before these guys to, if a use is changed, there has to be those things that allow, if it's going to be changed from a development point of view, we have to address the water, however you think it should be, but there has to be a balance. So to change the zoning, I've been to every meeting Katie's been to. I've been to every one. And she's worked hard, brought in consultants, there's people, every waterfront area, there's different areas. There's Byram, there's where you are. I mean, there's different waterfront areas. I don't know them all, but, they're all addressed. And everyone's a little different. But if you could get some changes that at least allow some opportunity, it would be great. That's all that's all we're trying to do here. And as a property owner, if in the event something needs to happen or be changed, we just like to have that opportunity. When I work with Tom and the architects and whatever we're going to do, it allows us an option to do something different, but your needs will be addressed, and hopefully yours as well. It's balance. What's wrong with that? Okay, so I appreciate the work Katie's done. She's really worked hard. And the fellow waterfront business owners who have been to all the meetings with me, and the consultants, and you guys have the patience of a saint to listen to this stuff. But I appreciate everything that's been done up to this point in time. And I just hope we're able to, as 2019 is going to begin, we start making some progress in this direction to address the property owners' needs, the Harbor Commission's needs, and just make it work for everybody. That's all we're asking. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Good evening, Rick Kral, Kral. I'm going to stay away from the years that we've gone through and coming to this point and try and just speak a little bit to where you're at with this proposal. I think you're close. I think we're getting there. I think we've made great strides in trying to understand what's going on. But I would hope that if we're going to draft new zoning, that we would be simplifying it and looking to be maybe a little bit more progressive with it. I've talked to Katie about some of the concepts, but it seems though we just kind of layered on top of regulations that were drafted back in the 80s, rather than really looking at what we could do today and then make it progressive going forward. But with that being said, I think there's some simple things, and I'll start with a couple of the easy ones. We know what the WB zones are in our town, and there are no beach clubs. There are no beaches. Yet we use the term beach club in the regulations. For whatever reason, I don't know. We do have yacht clubs, we do have boat clubs, and we don't have a definition of what those are. And I think those of you that were on this commission as I came through with my proposals, we wrestled with and tried to garner from the commission what was the definition or the uses that would be allowed in those clubs. And it would seem that this would be the time to define that so that we knew where the commission was coming from, rather than spending months and years going back and forth between different uses like a swimming pool or a tennis court or other uses that are incorporated as ancillary and supportive of yacht clubs. So I think those kind of things are where we need to go a little bit with those definitions. There in this zone, in this regulation draft, I should say, there are several references to marine and boat retail, engine and boat retail, and then you went into great length to define a marine retail establishment with electronics and things, and then there was another retail establishment, and I'm sorry I don't have it all right in front, related retail and service establishments. Then we had sale of marine and fishing supplies, and then in use group A, we've got boat and marine engine rentals and sales. I think there's just a lot of back and forth between 7A and 7B and how that would all be defined. I think we need to clarify that and clean it up as to what is the marine retail. Is it a 7A or a 7B, or are there different categories there that if it's ancillary to a full marina, it's included in 7A, or if it's just a standalone marine retail shop, then it's a 7B use. So I think that needs to be clarified and understood as to how we're going to go through developing those kind of uses in a bigger facility or a standalone type spot. The other issues that I kind of am concerned with is, again, we understand what our WB zone is. We know clearly where they exist. Yet we spent 15 pages of this draft regulation trying to define how we're going to put in a public access walkway. It would seem to me that a plan for each area or some sort of concept of what the commission or the town or harbor management commission envisions for those areas so that we could see what it might entail. Or we've been talking since I began my project back around the late 1990s about the walkway that would go from the Post Road all the way down to the new Coscob Park, all the way along the waterfront. So if there is a vision for that, that should be incorporated into the town plan, not just the WB zone, and show us and let us know that there is a promise of all this land or what we're dedicating of something bigger and greater, or there's a picture there, and if we can incorporate it into what we would do on our site and make it beneficial. So given those directions, it would allow us to understand prior to coming to you what we might be able to develop, rather than coming to you and asking permission, then going back and then coming back again and spending tens of thousands of dollars on preliminary site plans and all kinds of drafts and different studies and things that have to go on. We want to get some clarity. If we're going to have a regulation, at least give the property owners some clarity and some direction as to what's there. And I don't think we're there yet, although all of this direction tells you what you'd like to see and how we would design the walkway. It doesn't really show us what it's going to benefit in the grand scheme of the overall WB zone. The Byram area and the different zones, I don't fully understand why we need 3 different zones. For example, in Byram, you've eliminated the office use, yet you've left in the residential use and it would probably only pertain to one or two properties on the very north end of the zone because of the flood regulations, which would not allow the egress from a property in the flood zone into an area that floods. You need the street above flood level to egress out for safety reasons. So why are we leaving residential in there or giving them the residential? One of the main impetuses for looking at the revision of this zone was for Byram. And yet we've pulled out the opportunity for any sort of office space, and the use for residential is, very limited for just a couple of properties, which are actually out of where the WB areas actually exist. So I don't know that we've really helped them, and we've eliminated one of the main uses that you'd want to see go in there, but put it in the other areas. So I don't know, we're going to give them farm stands and food stores. It just, I don't know if that's working. It would seem to me that we have the WB zone across the board. What we would want to try and do is reward whatever water-dependent use is there, and then allow properties to develop, if they maximize that, on the upland some capacity and be consistent with it, rather than having three little micro zones that get down to whether or not you can have a fruit stand or not. I don't think that's really the way you should be drafting zoning, in my opinion. But I think we can do better and should be including all the uses in all the zones, and then see how it develops from there. There may be changes in the FEMA map. There may be things on the road that could help them out in some of those areas. I'm also concerned that the height in FAR incentives seem to be dictated strictly for the residential structures, where it's almost counterintuitive. You would want to try and see maybe the increase in FAR if you maximize the water dependency, not to give you that residential use. And it's hard for me to understand how you can have a residential structure, because most of those residences are going to be on second or third floors above a commercial use or marine-related use or some sort of flood-related use. So I don't know how you would apply the increase in those FARs to strictly the residential areas. That incentive should be more given to the WB uses, the primary uses for the zone. If they're maximizing the waterfront, allow them to expand and maybe get that extra story or be able to do something else, rather than just give the incentive, in my opinion, to just the residential uses. So I think, as I said, we're getting there, and it's encouraging to see that there is some consideration. I've advocated for a long time, and so that the Harbor Commission does understand as well, the water-dependent uses cannot sustain themselves. We need the ancillary and supportive uses. If we didn't have the yacht club there, our club, the facilities that we have, the water dependencies would not be there today. I can guarantee you that. There was no way, because I ran it as a marina for several years, as you know, before we were able to begin the development stages. And if I had to continue in that state that I started in today, we'd be out of business. So thank you for allowing us to get through some of those development stages, because it is what has saved the boat slips. It is what has saved the crew programs. It is what has saved the dock for the Coast Guard Auxiliary. It is what has saved the fuel dock that's on the water. We need the upland support, and I think you're all realizing that, and I truly appreciate that. And hopefully we can get this regulation to where it needs to be. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Kroll, do you have specific thoughts on the definitions? Specific thoughts on the definitions, like at the beach club. I've always thought that the zoning regulations are, it's a fluid document. We should always be going back to revisit it. Like people have said tonight, things change. I find that actually, yes, we're going to open the door here. Let's see what happens, but I have the opportunity to make sure that, yes, if we need to fix something, change something, amend the language, that we actually go right back to do it. Because I found, over the course of years, sometimes we make a change, we see the unintended consequences, but we never get back fast enough to fix it. If you have thoughts on definitions, maybe the staff should be aware of them if they're not already, so we can actually take a look at that. Because I think actually you, as an experienced marina operator, have insight as to what's working, what's not working, and how we can make that language work.
I'd be happy to lend it. I don't know that at this hour on the floor is the time to discuss all those things, but I'm happy to work with Katie and Pat and all the others here to lend some direction in those areas. I think we've discussed some of that in some of the meetings, and we'd like to see it a little bit more involved here, just to give that clarity, because it would help everybody. Thank you. Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
You know, the waterfront in Connecticut, do you consider a restaurant that has fully exposed the public to the waterfront, a waterfront business?
I do not consider it a waterfront business,
Water dependent.
water dependent, if that's, the term. I don't know that I would classify it independently under your 7A as a water dependent use. I do believe that it could be and should be considered ancillary and supportive too. So that if you have a full-size marina or the ability to access the water and you've maximized, because really the true dependency on the water is boat slips or accessing the water for boats by launching, canoes, kayaks, crew boats, whatever they may be. So if you've put in the number of boat slips that you can facilitate in the water that's within your riparian rights between mean high water and the federal channel line, if you've maximized that area with your boat slips and have the proper facilities to support them, i.e. parking, bathrooms, whatever they may be, then whatever's left, that restaurant would be a tremendous asset to supporting that water-dependent use, and it would be considered ancillary. And that's what's so important, and that's what we wrestled with going all the way through with my project on River Road. What was ancillary? What was supportive? What did we need to help bring the people down to rent the boat slips, to get out on the water, and economically support everything that you needed to invest in the property to make that happen? So I hope I've answered your question. I don't consider it's not marine sales or dock space, but at the same time, we do have the clubhouse, we do have the amenities there. It is a big draw to have the boaters want to keep their boats in the marina, to have a place to have social gatherings, to have a place to meet, to have a place to go up for dinner after you come in after a day out on the water. So yes.
Here's my internal conflict. In Greenwich, there's one waterfront restaurant open to the public. All the others are private clubs, which means it's not public. And so if we're trying to get the public to enjoy our magnificent waterfront, I strongly feel our current WB, it encourages boat slips for those who own a boat. And we don't have, other than one or two public launch sites for boats, and then there's no place to keep your trailer. I'm concerned that our zone really, it's great for keeping the uses, but it's really not opening up the waterfront to the public. And that's what we're struggling with.
I think the struggle comes in a couple of different ways. And when you define public in Greenwich, I've learned a long time ago that there's a couple of definitions. There's resident, public, and then there's everybody else around Greenwich, public. So it depends on who we want to invite in, because we've had those discussions before. We have, several boat ramps in town with plenty of parking, but the town does not want to sell public permits to anybody that does not reside in Greenwich to use those facilities. So that's where the conflict comes in. We've had those discussions in the past about the public restaurants on the water, but it was more of, well, the public can join your club if they want to come down. And with the club, you've got more of a restrictive use so that we can regulate what goes on, because we don't want crab shell. We don't want what's going on in Stamford in Greenwich. And that was the mentality. It wasn't so much a matter of public access. It was more a matter of traffic and creating the type of, how should we say, ambiance that some of the neighbors and others would not like to see in those areas. Because most of the WB zones now abut residential areas or have areas that would be stressed by additional traffic or things that you invite the greater public rather than the Greenwich public. So I understand those concerns, and we've discussed them many times. Thank you.
And Howard Winklevoss, Winklevoss. I'd just like to say that I think the staff has done a really very thoughtful and thorough job over the last almost 3 years, and it's refreshing to see what you've done. I understand what Rick is saying with regard to maybe we could start over again and write better regulations, but you know you could write 5 feet of regulations and you never get everything that you wanted. I mean, I think it's a fine revision of the code. I think it's time to do this thing. Go ahead. It's time. I mean, 2 years is a long time. Let's not do another year or 2 years or 3 years fighting over this thing. It's good, thoughtful, carefully done, revised a couple of times, lots of hearings, lots of input. I would hope that you would see fit to vote on this and vote favorably. Thank you very much.
Actually, I'm waiting for the next 2 applications. But I wanted to give you, Tom Hegney, for the record, I wanted to give you a brief historical perspective because in 1987, when this current regulation was adopted, I sat where you're sitting now. And there was an interest in maintaining waterfront-dependent uses. But there was also a great interest in 1987 on impeding development, because development was, at that point, going great guns. We hadn't quite gotten to the crash in 88 and 89. And the commission was looking for ways to slow development down. And we adopted the regulation that you're looking to amend now, and actually it worked very well. There has been little development. Rick has struggled mightily on River Road, and frankly, it was his property on the prior owner that prompted the regulation that you're looking to amend tonight. So I think we've had enough of an experiment on the regulation that I voted for in 1987, and that it's time for a change in those regulations to balance them a bit more so that you can see if that will provide for a more viable and vibrant waterfront that will draw people to it and allow them to use it. So I think you've done all the work you need to do, and as Howard said, I think it's time to consider it favorably. Thanks.
Sorry. I need a sign. They promised me they were going to make a sign. Do you want to say anything else, Katie? No. Okay. What do you guys want to do with this? Do you want to leave it open, close it?
Leave it open.
Leave it open?
Close.
Nick wants to close. Dave? While you're pondering,
Am I not?
Okay.
seated?
I think you're seated.
Yeah, it is.
You're seated, so would you like to close this or leave it open?
Leave it open.
Okay, I think that's
Well, I think we should give what we want done.
I was just
Why are
gonna
we
ask,
leaving
yeah.
it open?
Okay, so we're going to leave it open.
Why?
Go ahead and tell Katie what you would like to see happen then.
Do you want me to make a suggestion?
No.
Well,
I didn't-
No? He's got it. Hold on. He's just taking a breath.
Am I the only one who wants?
No,
No.
Peter wants to leave it open as well, and that's okay. We already, just get a little bruised.
I would like you to turn your mic on. Sorry.
Ah, good. Thank you.
I'd like to see how, if any, if there's anything that we would change in light of feedback we've received this evening. I think there's been very thoughtful feedback from both sides. I'm not sure they're incompatible, but I'm not satisfied myself that, it's all been digested and we're at a point to say we've gone through it in detail and not make a snap decision right now.
Okay. Mr. Levy?
I'm content with the idea of taking a moment to reword what we've put forward so that we get more of a consensus.
And I agree with the rewording to make sure that it still has teeth. And then there were several points about inconsistency in the Byram area, and Mr. Craw made some points that do we need all the different areas?
Okay, so let me just ask, so, do you want me to look at the definition of beach club? I think that's that section, and then of yacht club, deal with that issue, okay? What do you all think about not doing the splitting up the three, which would effectively mean allowing office and Byram, and at that point, you wouldn't really need to have the three. Are you in favor of that?
I think it's all under special permit, and there's so small areas that whether it's residential or office or restaurant, each one needs to be thought of on an individual basis. The best comment, I thought, what everybody was saying is, and it's, will slow up the process, is we have these three zones. What do we want a walkway, but there really should be some planning, so we're giving the property owner some direction of what we would like to see, so when they come in front of us, they have some idea of what we're looking for.
Yeah, so I think as far as COSCOP's concerned, and Steamboat Road, that's pretty spelled out, because there's, like you said, there's 15 pages of it. It's more confusing in Byram, because we've heard a lot of public comment that a walkway isn't necessarily the best idea in Byram, and would pocket parks be okay, and so and there is a Byram plan, coincidentally, of where the one area where it's most confusing is the one that actually there is a plan. So is that, I'm not sure where you want me to go with that one. Is that?
I think the three zones, I think where we started with that was that we were looking at three separate water types, if you would. Byram being a very narrow channel, almost to the effect of kind of like an industrial canal on the Portchester side, which is very different from what's happening on both sides of Steamboat Road, which is very different from the Coscop Harbor with its channel, and actually is more boating uses already established. But so I think understanding that you've got three types of water-dependent uses. So I think keeping that together actually gives us the opportunity to say, yes, Byram can be one thing, Coscop can be another.
Right, but the thing is, if you allow office in Byram, there's no differentiation between the three at that point.
So what was the rationale?
So there's no, well, the rationale originally was what Nick just said, that one could have one and the other could have the other, but since there's, another one could have another, but at this point, if you add office into Byram, really, there's no need to differentiate between the three. Because they can't, I mean, some properties can have residential, but not a lot of them, based on the comments that we heard on the first draft from the state.
Okay. All right, so,
Microphone, please.
what, I know you're going to make me a little. Why don't we chew on that?
Well, yeah.
And let us, we're going to.
I'm not so convinced it's so important to add office to this anyway. But,
okay.
But regardless of that, we need to.
What about the concept that was raised about incentives for the structure for uses other than residential? in terms of height and things like that.
I thought that was an excellent point that Mr. Kroll made. I hadn't thought about the residential incentive, and when I just didn't really ponder it, and when he said it.
Do you want to allow that kind of height for other uses?
I'm not sure that we should go for the incentives right now, because as we kept saying, we're opening the door. If we don't get development we like, we can add incentives later. I began to think, as I balanced people's input of the Harbor Management Commission thinking we might be going too far, maybe we set it back a little bit. We don't have an incentive and we don't let it get quite as intense, and then if we want to, we add incentives later.
Well, as a reminder, the reason that we had the height for residential was that if it's above, which would need to be some sort of boat use, the boat facility will need to be high, height-wise, so that you can fit boats in it and whatnot. So that was the reason why that you've got you don't have a normal-sized first floor, so to speak.
Right, but we could do that with wording other than incentive.
No, it's not, those aren't the words used in the regulation, incentive.
0.5 to 0.7 FAR, that we might go to 0.5 to 0.7 FAR. I think we could just say that the maximum number of stories, may be increased depending on the ground floor use.
Right. It is, right, of having a height. Well, it just says special conditions for multifamily. It doesn't say incentives for it. It just says special conditions.
So let's come back to that. And I think we're chewing on the feedback right now. And we've given you some, definitely work on the definitions, but I don't know how to do this because I think we should do it in an open forum, talk about it some more.
Okay, I just don't know what you want me to come back with if you're not going to tell me what to come back with.
I think,
do you?
Okay, I would get rid of the change in the FAR right now. I bought into what Mr. Croft said, but I don't know if I have support on that from the commission.
Okay.
But I'm okay with the height. So anybody else got comments on direction? That's my take. I like the idea of working on the definitions. I like the idea. I'm okay with doing office in Byram. I would get rid of the FAR being able to go to 0.7 for residential, but I would keep some wording that allows more height so that it facilitates marina use below, but I would word it that way so that you're encouraging the boating use. But anybody else?
No, that works for me. I think that's actually good. I think it's the definitions to make sure that we've got.
Mine's on now.
To make sure that we've got the definitions correct. Do we actually need a beach club where we don't have a beach? I think that's
right.
Kind of rings true.
Yeah.
I mean, and it could be just simple cross it off.
Right.
No beach club. So.
And maybe that's what a yacht club is the lockers and the pool and whatever.
Right. Yeah. So.
But again, those are private uses.
Right.
I mean, we're trying to make them public.
Okay, we need to close that because we have 4 more items.
And then, Katie, I think you need to sort of spend a little bit of time with us in open discussion just about the impact on neighbors if height could become an issue.
Okay.
The view shed, my friend. Your new term. Okay, anybody else? Mr. Yeski?
No.
POCD guy? Okay, so we're gonna leave it open and we're ready to rock and roll. Okay. Mr. Hegney, our next application is at 34 Cliffdale Road for scenic road alterations and improvements. Given the fact that harbor management's going one way.
I think we're doing
We got the-
184 South Water Street first.
Oh, sorry, South Water. I got out of order. South Water. Okay, so I can save you some time on South Water.
You're ready to approve it without me saying anything at all?
What I would like you to address is, can you tell me how this is not an increase in the nonconformity? Because you're adding the showroom, you don't provide information as to how many square feet of retail space you have existing for the existing showroom, and you're raising the roof on the shed. I couldn't find it in my stuff. I see that you're doing the 1365, but I didn't know what the existing showroom was. And so the question is, just need to hear that you're not in, yeah, I know what it looks like.
Well, I wanted to make sure everyone did. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. What I'm handing out are photographs of the existing display area for windows, which was approved
in 2005
years ago.
And in the 2005 approval, it's not clear. So so the bottom line is it's a non-conforming use.
It's non-conforming use, that's why we filed under 6141. And we're increasing the volume, although we're not increasing the square footage, to something greater than 150,000 cubic feet, and therefore we needed a special permit for that. That's why we're here at this late hour rather than at the beginning of the meeting as just a site plan application.
So 6141B2A I, that your parking is non-conforming and that you're not, tell me that how you're not increasing the non-conformity by increasing the showroom, because that's what we've got to make the finding on.
The property is currently non-conforming.
Right.
The square footage itself is already there.
Right.
There are windows.
Parking.
There.
Your parking is non-conforming.
And
you're adding more display space.
What we're proposing to do is nothing that would increase the amount of activity on site and therefore increase the need for more parking.
Okay.
This is solely, and I can have Mr. Khan speak with you again, is to increase the number of models that are being offered by window manufacturers.
Same number of customers.
Same number of customers.
Same type of customers.
Same customer.
But expanding the number of things, the size of it. There is no increase in the parking demand, and, okay.
Correct.
Mr. Hegney, what's in that space that you're raising the roof on now?
It is window storage. There are windows
He's
that
going
are
from
just on the other side of this wall that are for someone to look at, and we want to do it in a more display fashion rather than in a more storage fashion.
So
it's taking the space and taking it from window storage to window display.
It's not merchandise, it's sales tools.
Correct.
Okay, so if I'm coming in and the window I'm looking for is not hanging in the thing, they can drag one out to find the one I want.
You're not, this isn't like Home Depot, you're not going to take it and put it in the back of your car.
So, putting it another way, it's retail use to retail use. But retail use in the sense that customers come and look at it. So
Correct.
that's, it was approved in 2005, just because someone badly called out from the audience. When it was approved in 2005, it says that it's warehouse display primarily to display to sales professionals, sales to professionals such as contractors, et cetera. So that to me is retail because you're displaying for sale.
That's fine.
You've got to come to the microphone if you want to talk. You know that.
And that's fine to leave it as that.
Okay, so.
It's not inventory, it's display.
It's display.
Okay,
so. One last final question. Why is the roof being raised?
It's not tall enough. It's not head height. I looked at it, there's no head height.
There's enough head height to consider it FAR. However,
it's low.
We have a deck right here.
Right.
That exists. and we want to have a door that is the proper height to get out to that deck. And that space is all still there, and we're raising this up, which currently is like
You're going to let the
this.
public access it, says Andy, and you're going to have public access.
That's your waterfront public access spot.
It's your waterfront public access.
Sure.
One other thing, just to be clear for Mr. McRae, because this is rear-facing and you can't see it from the street and the change is really de minimis, I do not think that you would need to go to ARC with this.
Thank you.
So unless somebody disagrees.
Knock yourself out.
What?
You're done. We're good. Next.
Let's go.
Okay, good. Are we done?
Yeah.
Any comments, anybody? Okay. This item is closed. Now, you can do, now, Mr. Agnew, you can do, you should have to make that finding, okay, when you make the resolution.
Thank you very much.
I'm just telling you.
You too.
Okay, bye-bye, everybody. Thank you for coming and speaking on the WB. I need a new window, isn't that pretty?
Good evening again. Tom Hegney for the record. This is property at 34 Cliffdale Road. We were here before you at the last meeting, and the issue that we have is can we relocate the driveway on the property as we have proposed? I had submitted a memo to Mr. Wetmore.
And I believe you're aware that we met with Mr. Wetmore yesterday?
I did hear that.
Yes, I believe you're aware.
And what I asked Mr. DeAndrea to do for me is show me what is being dealt with within the town right-of-way.
And it's just a little grassy strip.
He gave me a measurement on it. It's 4.5 feet of grass right in the area that I'm showing you in this photograph that I just handed out. The wall, the trees are all on my client's property, and it's just the area right here, which is 4.5 feet wide, that we are proposing to relocate the driveway. A couple of things. When I look at the regulation, or I shouldn't say regulation, the ordinance at 11-13B, it defines alterations and improvements.
Thank you.
And it says alterations and improvements to a scenic road include but are not limited to reconstruction of a scenic road, widening of the right-of-way or of the traveled portion of the scenic road, changes of grade, straightening, removal of stone walls and/or mature trees, but exclude routine repairs and maintenance. We don't have to do any grading. We're not removing any trees or stone walls in the town right-of-way. Those are all on private property. The only portion that is in the right-of-way is that 4.5-foot grass strip that is between the pavement and my client's wall. And I believe that this is not a alteration or improvement, but rather fits under the definition of routine repairs or maintenance.
Under the ordinance, can we say it's neither? Mr. Wetmore didn't seem to think so. I don't see it as maintenance either, but I don't think it's an alteration or an improvement either, so.
I'd like to comment on that.
Oh, good.
So, in an effort to come to terms with this particular easement area and the kind of deficiency of it, I think there's an intent here to create a road that has a that is preserved for its scenic qualities. But if it doesn't include the wall and the trees beyond it, that it only has a strip, then it fails in its intent. So I think that if we all agree that even though the easement doesn't include that anything beyond that strip, there is certainly an interest to keep the scenic quality of the road, which really also includes the scenery beyond it. So I'm sure that the applicant appreciates the fact that whether they like it or not, the wall and the trees have an impact on this. And so, and the idea that you'd be putting in this new driveway and an access point at a different point along this road does create a better sight line. I think that could be construed as an improvement.
But the change isn't what's in the scenic road. That's the thing. So the better sight line doesn't occur at the point of the scenic road right of way. That's the issue.
Well, okay. Well,
So that
might be
means
my
you just
confusion,
nodded.
but it just seems as though, to some degree, that the fact that you're improving access on the road,
This certainly,
does.
I'm sorry.
I mean, it could be construed as such, as having a beneficial effect.
Doesn't this, what's being taken out in one place is being filled in the current location? I mean, the stone wall, in terms of the total lineal feet, will remain the same.
Actually, it will increase because the proposed driveway is 4 feet narrower than the existing driveway. And also, the existing driveway is right next to the driveway on the property to the east. And it is not a particularly sightly location.
Yeah, that was.
And what you're seeing is the garage area and the parking area of the property. And this is intended to not have that and to separate the two driveways and to make the driveway narrower. So you end up with more stone wall. We relocated the driveway to protect the 36-inch oak tree, which is on my client's property. And he does want to maintain that scenic look. And we did submit a revised landscape plan. You did receive a memo from the conservation staff, which said the revised plan was responsive to the concerns previously expressed, and now not only was the driveway relocated to save the specimen oak tree, but also a landscape plan and expansion of the wall over the old driveway entrance are proposed. I don't always quote the comments from the Conservation Commission because they're not always as helpful as this. But,
Hey, when the shoe fits, wear it.
Certainly, I agree wholeheartedly with Alex's comment this time. And both the statute that enables this ordinance to be put into place, which is 7-149A, and our own ordinance say very clearly that nothing in this article shall be deemed to alter the property rights of persons owning or occupying real property outside of the public right-of-way. So
that's the key. That's the key.
I think that's really the key.
The intent of the scenic road fails in its language because the language doesn't provide for anything other than property line to property line, where it should be property line plus 20 feet or so, because it's the stone wall, the trees behind it, all of those things.
But
so.
you got to talk to the state about
That would
that.
be
'cause-
a discussion with our state representatives.
Yeah.
But I would add that across the street, in 29 and 23 Cliffdale, the commission did approve driveway locations and driveway entrances that are really exactly the same as what my client is proposing.
And your client is saving the 36-inch tree.
Yes.
Okay, so with that,
Well,
anything else?
I think actually, this particular application actually, I think actually, to everyone, actually opened their eyes to say that the scenic road ordinance isn't what we think it is.
But you got to fix it at the state level, which is what is the problem, so.
And the ones across the street,
Yeah, we got
the
it.
walls were actually within
got
the
it.
right of
So
way.
council,
We went and looked at
council
it.
yesterday actually kind of,
Told us that.
told us that, and that, I don't think actually when it says alterations or improvements, to me, that's actually the engineering of the road itself, not so much as the edges of the property line. It's actually the grades, the sight lines, those kind of things. And at this point, actually, I think you're improving your sight line on a private property, not in the right of way.
Nobody
So,
else is left.
True.
Nobody else is left.
Okay.
can we continue?
Can we close?
No, we can close, right?
Any
Close?
public want to talk about this?
No.
Neither Eric nor Tim have anything to say
Positive?
on this one.
Okay, all good.
Thank you.
I need to sign, public and Mike. Okay, so everybody's good, we're closed, we'll move on to the next one.
I'll add public.
Yeah, and microphone. The next application is Glenmere 2 LLC.
Did we put in a new PA system in the budget? I mean, our technology.
It's not on our budget. That's got to be on.
selectmen's budget is a TV back here, so that they can, this was supposed to be in next year's also, but because of growth, that's why the new one here, but next year we'll have.
That's new?
back here.
No, because they'll mess up the cute
I
thing.
know.
Okay, hello, Mr. Brower.
Hello?
Glenmere 2 LLC, 207 Byram Shore Road.
Yes, thank you. Eric Brower for the record. This is a application for coastal site plan special permit. It's essentially a small amount of additional square feet, about 872 square feet, of which 140 square feet is a detached shed, and the rest is to create a two-car garage over an existing terrace.
Mr. Brower, just so I understand, you're adding, you're adding how much square footage to a 26,000 square foot house?
That would be
We're
dangerous
adding-
for us.
Nothing.
Nothing, because you're taking out of,
Taking out, of-
Okay.
yeah, so the additional,
disregarding the taking out, how big is this addition?
oh no, it's, we're adding 0, we're adding 872, we're taking out 872.
That's what I meant, so it's 872, that's the number I'm
So the
looking
house
for.
remains the same square feet, FAR, et cetera.
Okay.
Anybody else got comments? I have one comment for you, Mr. Brower, just to throw it into your hat to think about for your client for the future.
Yes,
An HO might be nice for them,
yes.
because the incentives might be helpful for them if they ever want to do anything in the future.
I agree
And
with
with that,
I'm not going to.
I know, they don't want me to keep telling everybody to save old houses, but this house was built in 1906, and it's a pretty house.
It's 26,000 square feet.
It is.
How much
The
bigger
owner
can you get?
is doing a lot of work
Units in it.
to embellish it, restore, do some nice work. to it.
Yeah, it's lovely. So, I mean, I know it's a big house, but, okay. It's got historic value. Folks, are you okay with closing this one?
Yes.
And we don't have any public comment, right? Okay. And my mic is on.
Don't turn it
Oh, shoot, I had just turned it off. Okay, that's it. Okay, we've closed.
Thank you.
The next application is Mirash Dedvukai at 70 Bedford Road. Can you pronounce that for me?
Debukai.
Debukai. I did?
Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dedvukai. So there you go.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
I may not know how to turn on a mic, but
Tim Peck for the applicant. Any questions? No, I have a special permit, 6101. We're building in excess of 150,000 cubic feet. It's a slightly non-conforming lot in an RA4 zone, 3.97 acres. The building conforms to the envelope and setback requirements for the RA4, even though we're an undersized lot. Okay on green area. The wetlands permit approval is in the package.
Yep.
Health Department, I do have a copy of the approval letter from the Health Department, which I will submit to.
yeah, because we didn't have that. Thank
Right.
you.
We received
That's
the
from my
letter.
secretary.
The engineer's okay for zoning permit. There's a couple minor revisions. I think there was a drainage map that they wanted on Mylar. That's being done. The curb cut's been filed. We have not heard anything back from engineering on that, but we don't anticipate any issues. One of in the briefing yesterday, it did come up about the two accessory buildings. One of them has already been demolished.
And then you're going to demolish the other one.
The other one will be demolished. It's going to be used for storage, kind of a job shed during the construction of the house.
And then you're going to put protection in for the mature trees.
That's correct. That I
The
believe was-
existing mature trees
was a
you're gonna-
condition of the conservation of wetlands.
I'm just looking, did you have any other conditions from wetlands?
Protect the area. We have
The
limited snow
planting
fence. There was
plan.
planting plan.
Okay, so we'll just say that the conditions. Okay, comments from the commission? Questions? Get ready for this. Do we have any comments from the public? Okay. Okay, so we're going to close this.
Thank you very much. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
We should go home so we can go to Thanksgiving.
You know, I would
Thanksgiving's
like
tomorrow.
to.
You got to get home.
I'd like to make a motion that we never have another hearing on Thanksgiving week again.
We already approved the schedule for next year. I'll have to check and see.
Unless we move it to Wednesday.
Yeah. Why not Thursday?
Okay, so, Mr. McRae, would you like to make some motions?
Yes, we're going to start with what we just did.
Okay,
We're working backwards.
he's
We're gonna
working
work
backwards. It's so fitting for us.
Mr. LaRose, is that okay? Item number 11, Mirash, whatever. Application PLPZ
Mirash
2008.
Dedvukai.
That.
Let me
PLPZ,
speak one language, that's the problem.
Did we want to do minutes?
No, well, hang on, let him make the motion, he's trying to make a motion. Okay. Go ahead.
on the item of Mirash Dedvukai, PLPZ 2018-00484 and 486 for final site plan special permit, remove existing dwelling, construct a new single-family dwelling, result of which would exceed the 150,000 cubic foot volume threshold. I move to approve said application with notes that the existing accessory structures to be removed. One was noted as gone already, the other to be removed after its use as a job shed for the construction of the project. And that mature trees be saved as per the Conservation Commission's comments. And DPW, which is resubmit prior to zoning permit.
And I think you'd said 484, it's 485.
485 and 486.
And also that they're to abide by the wetlands conditions.
I would assume so, yes.
And anybody got anything else? I don't think so, but.
Second.
I'm good. And you said the mature trees, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I seconded.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so, bye-bye. We should like have people bring us pies or something.
Yeah, right.
Especially
We
if it
can't
makes
cook because we're.
coffee.
On the application, Glenmere 2 LLC, application 2018 00457 and 458 for a final coastal site plan special permit, construction alterations and additions to the existing residence as well as minor alterations to the existing driveway, new utility building, stormwater management features. As a result would further exceed the 150,000 cubic volume of the structure. I move to approve said application.
Second.
Wait,
He didn't say any conditions.
he's coming.
I don't have conditions.
No,
You have conditions?
no.
Okay.
Fine.
You just have to say that everybody, that, subject to,
Staff
first of all, it's also a special permit, did you say that?
Yes.
Okay, and then, subject to all outstanding staff and departmental comments is,
Subject to all.
new secretary doesn't detail them one by
Yes.
one like the old secretary did.
I'm a newbie. I'm a new commission member.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, so your next one is going to be Cliffdale, right?
No, don't we have something before that?
Oh, Cliffdale.
Oh.
Hold on.
I may not know how to turn on my mic.
The application of Nicholas Granito, application PLPZ 2018-00293 for a scenic road application to abandon an existing curb cut to the northeast corner of a parcel and create a new curb cut immediately south of Lob Pond Road per section 11-13, alterations and improvements to the town charter, so on and so forth, 34 Cliffdale Road in the R4 zone. Motion to approve said application.
Second.
Wait. He's going to preserve the 36-inch tree.
Preserve 36-inch tree.
Which is shown on his plans.
Which is shown on the plans.
And we have positive comments from
Yeah.
conservation.
Yes, we have positive comment, zoning, engineering.
And any other outstanding staff
yeah.
and departmental comments.
It was seconded.
Okay.
Second by who?
Me.
Yeski, second.
Voting on this.
Who waited?
Stay alert, Chairman, Secretary.
Fine, you're voting on this, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I second that motion.
Okay,
Yeah, I forgot to announce that you were voting on it when we did it.
that's okay.
I do it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Last one.
Item number 7, Leon Khan et al. Application PLPZ 2018-00461 and 462. Final coastal site plan and special permit to raise roof of part of the existing second-floor storage area converted to a window and door display space, the result of which would exceed the 40,000 cubic foot in a building volume requiring a special permit. It's on a 32,000 square foot property located at 184 South Water Street. Motion to approve said application.
You need to say that it's a no more
Exactly.
none.
You need to make the finding.
With the
that
finding that it is no more non-conforming.
No more detrimental to the neighborhood and no more non-conforming than the existing retail use.
Okay. That's all I have on that.
And
Any outstanding staff comments?
any outstanding staff and departmental comments, should we, if there's anything in the 2005 approval letter, to track those through in this decision as well, so we retain the continuity, because there are several things, several whereases in that one that I think we should include about the non-conforming use and how this is better than when it was manufacturing and all of that. I don't know. I'll look at it when you send it out. Okay. Second? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, the
I
minutes,
need to
please, Mr. Fox?
I move the meeting minutes from October 30th, 2018 as submitted.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And then there was another one, but I wasn't here, so I can't make the motion.
Wait, who seconded that one, Peter?
Leave it.
Yes.
Yes. So what's the next one, 11 something?
No, 10:30.
11:08, somebody's got to do that one.
Motion to approve,
No, you can do,
So it's got to be
Motion
Peter.
to
Why can't I do it?
approve the-
because you can't motion your own minutes.
Right.
Just telling you, you were
You were,
secretary.
No, you were.
You were,
On 11:08?
yeah.
No.
No, Nick was,
Nick was secretary on 11:08.
Okay.
Go ahead, Peter.
Motion to approve the minutes of
11:08
11:08
as submitted.
as submitted.
Do I have a second?
I can't, I wasn't there.
Second.
Okay, I don't think you can second it. Mr. Hartman seconded it.
Okay, so, can someone, if you requesting, yes, the ARC.
I hereby move approval of the ARC calendar for 2019.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're gonna do the
So did-
fees next time, okay? We'll do the fees. We'll do the fees on Monday.
We're too cheap.
I was, yeah.
I mean, first of all,
Yeah, yeah.